Chapter 40. Although Volta had reached a strategic partnership with Chanang, Chin-Ang's trust in him was still maintained at a limited level. Volta's moral standards might be, as he claimed, far higher than the average standard on Tatooine, but Tatooine's moral standards were not at a high level. Volta could only say that they were not too bad. Something as important as the spaceship could not be exposed to him. Chin-Ang could only use the instruments on the spaceship to build a complete human laboratory in Mrs. Smith's basement. Where did these things come from? Oh, no, you don't have to tell me. Volta was shocked by the silver-plated instruments as soon as he entered. His eyes could not help but stare at the nameplate of the instrument, and his mouth instinctively recited a number. Then he hammered his heart with his right hand, feeling the thumping vibration. This was not an act. Volta was a Toydarian who had seen the world. When he was young, he had participated in the seasonal war on his home planet, Toydaria. He had seen with his own eyes the Star Destroyer cannons bombing planets, and the turbo-laser cannons blowing up enemy ships. But it was one thing to see a grand scene. However, it was a completely different matter when he faced the dozen or so glittering golden instruments that were obviously very valuable. At that moment, Volta even had the urge to open his mouth wide and use Anakin to threaten Chin-Ang in exchange for these instruments. Fortunately, the laser cannons beside him quickly calmed him down. Volta keenly noticed that the laser operating table placed in the middle of the laboratory was of a military-grade precision. This meant that this laser operating table could be used for taboo research, such as genetic experiments, live human research, and so on. In fact, the body modification surgery that Volta was going to perform today was also in the gray area of taboo research. Human modification surgery was difficult to distinguish from mechanical prosthetics. Moreover, so what if it violated the Galactic Republic's Research Act? The Galactic Republic even banned slavery. Tatooine did whatever it was supposed to do, didn't it? The ruler here was the lawless villain Jabba, not the Galactic Republic. Like the tens of thousands of remote planets in the universe, those with power were the boss. In the Galactic Republic, the separatist forces were getting stronger and stronger, forcibly unifying the social concepts of tens of thousands of races was a difficult and unrewarding task. The undercurrents surging under the surface of the Republic were getting more and more agitated. Even within the Republic, there were voices of hawks who wanted to maintain unity with an iron fist. Volta looked at the prosthetic limbs that Chanang handed over. The limbs floating in the nutrient solution exuded a faint purple glow, which was very similar to Volta's skin. The prosthetic limbs were a right foot and a pair of wings. They looked very healthy, and there was nothing different about them. They were even moving slightly in the nutrient solution, as if they had just been plucked from a human body. Of course, Volta knew that this was just an illusion. Such limbs were cultivated directly. Generally speaking, due to excessive cell division, they would be a little fragile and old. This was also the reason why many warriors would rather use prosthetic limbs than cloned limbs. Lying on the laser operating table, Volta blinked at Chin-Ang. "You have to keep me awake during the operation, or I will send out the signal immediately." "Wait, what is this?" Volta pointed to the purple liquid in the syringe. The overclocking agent lay innocently in the test tube, accepting Volta's questioning gaze. "You talk too much." Chin-Ang, who had entered the operating state, was obviously different from before. Volta was very uncomfortable to find that Chin-Ang's eyes had become a little cold, and his tone was a little impatient. The way he looked at him was cold without a trace of warmth. His eyes were stubborn and focused, and his state was very serious. "Wait, what's wrong with you?" Volta struggled violently on the laser operating table. When he saw the deep blue color in Chin-Ang's pupils, he felt very scared. That kind of rational and cold state reminded him of the war robots. "You're not in the right state." "No, I don't want to do this operation." "Let me go. Let me go." Volta screamed. A pair of short hands slapped around. Looking at the syringe that was getting closer and closer, Voltu pressed the signal transmitter in panic. Then he was surprised to see that the transmitter was still green. It was supposed to make an ear-piercing buzzing sound and notify the mercenaries hundreds of miles away. But now it was lying quietly in Volta's palm, as if nothing had happened. No, Volta broke down. He slapped the signal transmitter in his hand and struggled to resist the approaching syringe, but it was useless. His body stiffened, and the purple liquid was still injected into his body. The deep blue color in Chen Eng's eyes had already expanded, and there was even a faint light emitting from his pupils. He controlled the laser needle and pierced it into Volta's spine, paralyzing him on the operating table. Volta's face was filled with extreme fear. Looking at its appearance, it seemed that its spirit was on the verge of collapse. But soon, with the transformation of the overclocking elixir, a deep blue color appeared in its pupils, and its body completely relaxed. The laser scalpel gently cut open its skin. In Chen Eng's hands, the scalpel seemed to have a life of its own. It jumped on Volta's body tissues and peeled off its nerves bit by bit. A gray nerve line that looked like a spirit snake was picked out by Chanong from the nutrient solution. It replaced Volta's nerves and connected it to its body. This kind of nervous system, which imitated the human meridians, was the latest result of Chen Eng's research on an alien creature called the Quiet Void Worm. This kind of Zerg, whose nervous structure and meridians were almost the same, was born with extremely keen reflexes. Chen Ong even imitated the mysterious radiation on Kreet's Dragon Ball to establish a set of heterogeneous internal energy system. The nerves easily fused into Volta's body, and even fused with the original nervous system. The overclocked brain was also controlled by the nervous system, and the rest was maintained at Volta's original level. This miraculous fusion ability was an unexpected gain of the internal energy system. Chen Ong still did not understand the reason. Ignorance must be verified. This kind of thing that could not be understood, of course, the first thing to do was to do experiments and understand it. Voltu just ran into the muzzle of the gun and became the first subject of Chen Eng's science and martial arts system. When the blue light in Voltu's eyes dissipated, it saw Chen Ong massaging his own head with a bitter smile. It could faintly hear the voice saying, "I lost control again this time. My condition is unstable." Volta inexplicably recalled its lost consciousness. It did not care about the signal transmitter that had been smashed into pieces in front of it. In its impression, everything went smoothly. Was it successful? It asked joyfully. With a thought, the wings on its back instinctively flapped. A stream of light flashed behind it, and Volta suddenly jumped a distance of tens of meters in an instant. It was wrapped in electric light, and the high speed formed by the particle movement did not hurt it. Volta began to feel dizzy. It felt as if it could sense the surrounding magnetic field, and the wings behind it were like two particle engines that could easily cut through the magnetic field and obtain a super high speed. It seemed to be a little faster than twice the speed of sound. Electromagnetic abilities of living beings were rare even in the universe. The number of living beings on the planets that could have such abilities could be counted on one hand, other than those living in the universe. Most of the intelligent beings born on the planets only had weak bodies and completely relied on technology to have the power to conquer nature. In the universe, only the Jedi Knights had the terrifying spiritual power that surpassed technology. During the Force Tide, the Jedi Masters could even use the Force to crush the planet. Therefore, the universe civilizations that clearly showed the law of the jungle would use the will of the Jedi to structure a relatively peaceful system, like the Republic. For many of the weaker races, the magical evolutionary abilities of the living beings in the universe determined their status. No matter how nice the Galaxy Republic's words were, in many vast universes, people were still used to using strength to determine social status. Pirates and mercenaries were even more so. Even Volta's commercial status came from its psychic ability that was not affected by the Jedi's mind control. Apart from everything else, Tatooine was definitely a place where the strong ruled. The biggest expense here was the endless supply of weapons and food. If there were weapons, there would be food. For the people of Tatooine, a suitable weapon was everything. But what weapon was more reassuring than one's own body? Voltu was deeply excited. Although it was just a grocery store owner, it had to spend a large sum of money to hire mercenary groups to protect it in addition to Jabba's taxes. It knew very well what kind of price these mercenary groups would pay to improve their own strength. In any case, it was the kind that would not bear to use it even if it was beaten to death. The merchant's blood in its body was boiling, and it excitedly turned into a gorgeous halo of particles. In the blink of an eye, it circled the laboratory dozens of times before stopping in front of Chenong. Its purple wings spread slightly, and Volta floated in front of Chenong, the magnetic field surrounding it to protect it. I'll give you the identification of Anakin and the others now, but you have to allow me to do one thing. I want to show them this thing. Volta said to him excitedly, already planning how to rip off those mercenaries. Everyone had been mercenaries for so many years, who did not have a few spare parts on them. Volta dared to guarantee that those barbarians who relied on force for a living would use up their last copper coin to buy a combat prosthetic for themselves. Many of the destitute old mercenaries would even spend all their savings to buy this thing. Chapter 41. The Jedi Master, Qui-Gon Jinn, walked quietly in the small city. He followed the orders of the Jedi Supreme Council to mediate the conflict between the Trade Federation and planet Naboo. He was the most respected Jedi Master in the Star Wars universe. For the sake of peace between the two sides, he was now the protector of Queen Naboo. After Naboo was defeated in the war against the Trade Federation, the only hope of the Queen, whose crown was on the verge of collapse, was the Republic's mediation and support. In order to avoid the pursuing Trade Federation army, their ship's engine was unfortunately hit, and they had no choice but to temporarily dock on Tatooine. The respectable Jedi Master could vaguely feel that an urgent crisis was approaching, and the Force had led him here, as if waiting for something. Qui-Gon Jinn walked quietly on the streets, followed by his apprentice, Obi-Wan, and a servant sent by the Queen. He was very familiar with a remote planet like Tatooine, and he knew that it was easy to cause trouble here. He just wanted to find a suitable engine to replace and quickly leave. There was not much time left for Naboo. The Trade Federation was killing and plundering every moment on planet Naboo, and Qui-Gon Jinn's heart was burning with anxiety. Qui-Gon Jinn led them through the alleys, stopping from time to ask some local residents. He quickly understood that to find such an uncommon part, they could only hope to go to Volto's shop. Volto's shop has the most complete collection of parts here. If you can't find what you need there, then there's basically no hope. An old local grinned with yellow teeth as he replied with a smile. He said meaningfully, "Where is Volto's shop? As long as you're not blind, you can find it. If you ask me, you'd better get there early or Volto will close up shop and go home. Ha ha ha. Or get caught by Jabba." The group left the crazy local, and Obi-Wan stepped forward and asked, "Teacher, is what he said reliable?" "The Force tells me that he is not lying or hiding anything," Qui-Gon Jinn said as he quickly walked to the front. The maid next to Obi-Wan frowned, a little unhappy. She complained in her heart, even if a crazy person like him isn't lying, his words might not be reliable. The few of them turned a corner and immediately understood what it meant by, "You're not blind." Dozens of mercenaries and pirates of different shapes and sizes were huddled together in a messy mess. Walter. The name was shouted several times in just a few minutes. These boorish men were either angry or impatient. A tall lizard man with a rough voice said hoarsely, "Watto, open the door. You have the courage to lock us out, and you also have the courage to open the door." "You're right." Someone in the crowd echoed, "Walter, you unscrupulous profiteer. Master's works are being monopolized by you at such a high price. This is definitely not the Master's intention. Walter, hurry up and open the door. We have money to buy your things." The crowd suddenly erupted into an uproar. They shouted Watson's name and even shouted in unison, "If you don't give us a chance to buy the master's work, we'll smash the door!" Smash the door! The crowd clamored. They held large pieces of stone and tiles in their hands as they crazily squeezed towards a broken alloy door. Obi-Wan saw this and wanted to go up, but Qui-Gon Jinn reached out and stopped him. Suddenly, the alloy door was violently pushed open. A horned man with a ferocious face strode out and shouted at the crowd outside, "What are you doing? What are you mumbling about? Do you want to die? Watto said that he doesn't have it today. Please come early tomorrow. Forget it, all of you." A trembling old Mocha man stood in front of him. He raised the iron hook in his right hand and pierced through the stone under the horned man's feet. "Kaminma, you stupid customer, get out of the way. We're here to talk to Watto. Do you want to taste the power of my scythe hook?" The old man waved his steel hook, and a small alloy chain shot out with a high-frequency hook, grabbing through a piece of alloy plate dozens of meters away. A fist-sized plate was grabbed off. This kind of power caused the people around him to be secretly shocked. As expected of an old mercenary from Tatooine, he was already half a foot in the coffin, but he was still fighting on the battlefield. It was said that this old man could still go to the battlefield to kill enemies and go to the bar to pick up girls. He was indeed a wily old man. The bull-horned man snorted coldly. The broken horn on his head glowed faintly, and a stream of extremely fast particles blinded everyone's eyes. Looking at the bottomless black hole in front of Old Man Mocha, the people in the front couldn't help but take a step back, looking at the silver horn on the bull-horn man's head with both expectation and fear. The horned man looked around and seemed to be satisfied with their fearful expressions. "Beggars, stay here obediently. The work of a master is not something you can afford. Ha ha ha." He laughed as he stroked his silver horn and left proudly. Obi-Wan heard someone whisper, "What's so great about him? Wasn't he just a beggar who picked up trash? He was just lucky to buy a limited edition accessory. Now he's getting cocky." "Quiet down. You can't beat him now." Obi-Wan looked back at his teacher with a solemn expression. Qui-Gon Jinn gave him a slight nod, then turned around and left. Obi-Wan followed, but he was very confused. The laser device on the bullhorn man was very dangerous and powerful. Such modifications were forbidden in the Republic. He did not know how someone here could make such a military-grade weapon. "The Force tells me that the laser on his head is alive, just like the laser bugs in the spaceport. It's alive," Qui-Gon Kim said calmly. Under his lead, the group turned here and there and approached Volto's shop from another direction. They arrived in front of the back wall. Qui-Gon Kim pressed his hand on the wall and nimbly leaped onto it. He jumped into the yard and saw a boy about 8 or 9 years old standing not far away, looking at him in surprise. Qui-Gon Kim felt a little uneasy when his force detection failed to detect the boy. He waved his hand to test the boy, but to his surprise, he found that the boy had an astonishing affinity with the Force. The unknown feeling from the Force detection was also telling him that this boy might be the son of balance. "Hello, little sir." Qui-Gon Kim indicated that he meant no harm. "I just want to buy something. The front door is blocked." "Hello, master. This is Volto's shop. What do you want to buy?" Anakin asked politely. He was a free man now, but the cunning Volto had used some small favors to force him to work for another month, squeezing out his last bit of value. "What are you guys doing here?" Volto quickly scuttled over from afar. Qui-Gon Kim's pupils shrank slightly when he noticed the electromagnetic wings on his back. Qui-Gon Kim stepped forward and explained his purpose. Volto's face relaxed when he heard that he was not looking for the master's work. But when he heard that they were here to buy something, Volto's face fell again. "You're too late. My shop has changed its line of business, and the old goods have all been disposed of. Go. Don't sneak in again." Volto waved them away, but Anakin, who was beside him, said curiously, "His things have been mortgaged to my master. Is there something urgent? If time is tight, I can ask my master if he can sell you the things. Volto chased them aside in exasperation. He did not dare reprimand Anakin, so he could only glare at them and leave. Can you introduce your master to us? Kagan Kim asked as he bent down. My master is very busy. Although he doesn't usually refuse requests, he rarely pokes his nose into other people's business. You guys should wait around here. I'll ask my master and get back to you, Anakin replied sincerely. Do you have any way to contact him now? The servant beside him interrupted. We really have something urgent. All right, I'll give it a try, but don't get your hopes up. I haven't seen my master for a few weeks. He's crazy busy, forgetting to sleep and forgetting to eat. Anakin turned around and went into the house. After a while, he came back out, puzzled. That's strange. My master agreed to see you. He scratched his head and said to them, Come with me. Chapter 42. Origin power was the origin of the universe, the power of all things. Origin power was the creation of something from nothing, and something from nothing. Origin power gave birth to light and darkness. Light gave birth to all things, and darkness gave birth to something and nothing. Such a cycle was eternal. Believe it, and don't. It was all evolution, the ultimate game of life and death. The moment Kagan Kim met Chinong, he was astonished by the latter's boundless vitality. Kagan Kim had always believed that origin power was the embodiment of life, but he discovered another form of vitality in Chen Ang's body. It was as vast and boundless as origin power, but even more exuberant and full of vitality. It was a gentle and warm energy, different from origin power. This energy was pure in nature. It didn't even have any destructive power and wasn't as sharp as origin power, but it was closely related to the origin of life. It could even be described as life. It was as though this energy was the embodiment of vitality. Kagan Kim even noticed the vibrant vitality origin power in Chen Ang's body. It flowed around him, nourishing and seeping into his body as he breathed. Vitality origin power and that mysterious energy interacted with each other, expressing a certain aspect of life. When Chen Ong saw Kagan Kim, he could tell that there was something different about him. He seemed to be one with heaven and earth, which made this gentle middle-aged man seem especially peaceful. His every move seemed to draw upon the will of the world. The vast and mysterious aura between heaven and earth was so dense that it was almost visible to the naked eye. In Chen Ang's perception, it converged on Kagan Kim's body, bestowing him with exuberant vitality. Both of them were pursuers of the domain of life. One was like a clear spring, surging with fresh vitality, while the other was like a growing ancient tree, glowing with the brilliance of the growth of life. The exchange of auras was even more powerful than words, causing the two of them to let down their guard at the first moment. We are in danger, and we need your help. The dark forces of the universe have inevitably awakened again, and the power of the Jedi has fallen into a low tide. Peace is facing a threat, and the tranquility of origin power is about to be broken, Kagan Kim said slowly as he sat cross-legged in front of Chenong beside him. Obi-Wan couldn't help but feel astonished. He hadn't expected his teacher to reveal his intentions and the danger at the first opportunity. Even though the feeling of intimacy and trust from the origin power was one of intimacy and trust, the young Obi-Wan still couldn't bring himself to trust a stranger immediately. But the crisis is inevitable. It is only a manifestation of the will of reality. It isn't caused by one or two dark forces with ulterior motives, but the hatred, misunderstanding, and vigilance accumulated in the universe over millions of years. The weakness of the Republic isn't due to the destruction of the dark forces, but due to its own disease, Chen Ong reminded him. Sir, that's not the reason why we're running away. All problems and contradictions need to be resolved. This time, our planet is facing a disaster, and we need to work together to overcome it. The maid of the Queen of Planet Nab, or rather, the Queen herself, could not help but refute. What if you're working in the opposite direction? Your actions will only cause the conflict in the Republic to erupt even faster. You should know that war and division are unavoidable, Chunong reminded everyone meaningfully. Although Chunong could immediately remove Senator Palpatine's mask of hypocrisy, it was useless in the grand scheme of things. His power and influence didn't come from deception, but from the support of many factions. The Republic, which had been at peace for a long time, had suppressed the development of too many factions, accumulating a powerful opposing force. These forces were growing day by day, giving Darth Palpatine strong support. The Galactic Empire was not the hope of Darth alone, but the desire of tens of millions of influential figures. The enemies the Jedi Order faced were not only the Sith monarch, but also the peace-loving merchant groups, military enterprises, and even the well-dressed senators of the Republic. The enemy is among us. This was not a joke. Even in the face of this, we still have hope. Qui-Gon Jinn's expression was calm, and there was a light of enlightenment and liberation on his face. He spoke slowly. Even on the eve of the descent of darkness, we should preserve the spark of hope and await the arrival of dawn. Chunong looked at him deeply, confirming that the Jedi Order could indeed use Origin Force to predict the future. The sacrifice of the Jedi Knights wasn't blind or ignorant. On the contrary, they were preserving the spark of hope for the new Republic. Chunong even had a malicious thought that perhaps the Jedi Order wanted to use this war to cleanse the universe of filth and filth. In any case, the Sith monarchs would die at any time due to the high tide of Origin Force, falling into the dark side of despair. The exchange of auras allowed both sides to communicate more smoothly, and Chunong didn't have to worry about anything. You're in a dangerous situation. The pursuers of the Trade Federation have found your location. An immortal enemy of the Jedi is approaching. If you wish to receive my help, you'll have to face a problem. What is it? The Queen of Neb couldn't be bothered to hide her identity. She stood up in a panic and asked hurriedly, "How do you know who we are? What's the situation with the pursuers of the Trade Federation?" Chunong ignored her question and looked calmly at Qui-Gon Jinn. A ray of light shot out from his hand, and it was the image of the communication from the Neb royal family's airship, causing everyone to raise their guard. "I can intercept your communications, and so can the Trade Federation. Not to mention the mortal enemy of Jedi. They'll be here soon, and you don't have much time left. I'll ask for your help once more. This time it's very urgent." Qui-Gon Jinn stood up and looked sincerely at Chunong, the origin power on his body emitting a gentle fluctuation. Chunong was silent for a moment, then he looked up and said, "As you wish, Great Master." Qui-Gon Jinn smoothly obtained the PL-4 engine from Chunong. The Queen of Neb took the R2 and D2 robots to the airship for emergency repairs, while Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan stayed at Chunong's place, waiting for an opportunity. Origin power is a mysterious energy field scattered throughout the Milky Way galaxy. All living things produce origin power. Everything in the universe is permeated with the will of origin power. Microplasmas are microscopic life forms that coexist in the blood of living beings. They are the medium between organic life forms and origin power. Qui-Gon Jinn stood in front of Chunong, raised his hand, and waved his sword horizontally, making an inviting gesture to Qui-Gon Jinn. The two stood together on the energy platform, facing each other with rapt attention. Chunong slowly raised the blade of light in his hand and held it horizontally in front of him. Qi is the energy of life that originates from breathing. It mobilizes the potential of the body through the appropriate breathing method, reaching the realm of harmony. All things are formed from Qi, and Qi gives birth to all things in harmony. The human body is the universe, and the universe is the human body. Qi is the basic energy of life, and it is also the umbilical cord between man and the universe. The root of origin power and inner force lay in their foundation, breathing and meditation. One was to develop one's potential through breathing, which surged with the source of life. The other was to experience oneself, feel everything, communicate with the force field of origin power, and come into contact with the source of life. Although the two came from different cultures, their origins in life were the same. The shocking affinity between the undergarments and origin power allowed Chunong to sense the vast origin power aura of heaven and earth very quickly. However, there was always a thin barrier between him and the aura. It was as though he was looking at flowers through a fog. He could clearly sense it, but he couldn't mobilize it in the slightest. Chunong took a deep breath, knowing that he was missing a crucial link in origin power cultivation. Microplasmas. On the other side, Kagan Jin's perception of inner force was also in a difficult position. He couldn't understand the meridians. They couldn't be seen or touched, but there was an aura transfer system. Soon, Chunong was able to show the characteristics of origin power. After all, life origin power was just another form of expression for him. He couldn't feel the unified origin power, be it light or dark. He could feel the vast power surging outside his body, and he could feel the same power inside his body. But there was no bridge between the two. The microplasmas existed in every living creature in this universe, but it was a mystery to an outsider like Chunong. If he couldn't solve the problem of the microplasmas, then the power of origin power couldn't be open to Chunong. Although the life origin power had brought Chunong a great surprise, the unified origin power was the true essence of origin power. Kagan Jin looked up and met Chunong's eyes. The two smiled at the same time, raised the light blade in their hands, and condensed their spirit outside their body, communicating with the breath of heaven and earth. Two equally profound auras mixed and tested each other. Chapter 43. As far as Anakin could remember, there had never been a better day on Tatooine than today. Even though the blazing Gemini sun was still shining brightly in the sky, it did not burn his skin. A gentle breeze blew past, and there was no dust on his skin. He quickly made his way through the crowded streets and alleys of Mos Espa. He no longer had to fear those ferocious galactic smugglers. Only when the fresh morning air hit him in the face did he realize that he was free. He was far away from Watto and its little shop, far away from the unbearable past. Only when he passed by the stacked huts of Mos Espa did he relax his footsteps and look at it sadly. All his friends were there, and they were all slaves as well. Sometimes, when he had to face his fate, he could only look at it sadly, just like the little girl named Ami and her mother a long time ago. Very quickly, Anakin quickened his pace and sprinted towards his home. Smith was waiting outside his house. She had her hair tied back and adorned with some silver metal ornaments. This added some color to her face. She was usually dressed simply, but today she had a beautiful smile. "Anakin, slow down," she said with a smile. "There's no need to be in such a hurry to move." "But you're here. I'll be worried about you." Anakin looked at her seriously, an indescribable fear in his eyes. Smith's heart was a little bitter. She pressed his head into her arms and said softly, "It's okay, it's all in the past now." Shmi could clearly feel his fear. His life on Tatooine was not as comfortable as it seemed. Ever since Anakin had gained consciousness, he had been deeply afraid. It was the fear of being separated and also his attachment to her. This fear reached its peak when he was 7 years old, and they almost lost each other. "It's okay, Anakin. You have the courage to protect me, don't you?" Smith studied his face and said softly, "Go buy some fruits. I heard your teacher has guests." "Yeah, 2 Jedi Knights. They have lightsabers on their waists. It's the kind you know." Anakin's eyes were filled with anticipation as he jumped down from her arms. "Then I'll go first." He sprinted like a young deer. Whenever he encountered smugglers or mercenaries looking for trouble, he would reveal the hilt of the light blade at his waist so that no one would be stupid enough to stop him. "I want to protect myself, and I want to protect my mother." Anakin still remembered what he had said to Chunong a few weeks ago. My power will protect those I cherish and do the right thing. You're doing very well. Chun-Ong praised him and then gave him a brutal beating. But you need true strength. Of course, you also need wisdom. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so stupid as to say such things now. Anakin remembered being knocked to the ground without being able to fight back. Chun-Ong held the wooden sword and said to him, "The more capable you are, the more responsible you are. Your sense of responsibility is so great that you must be in desperate need of power. Now, get up and practice this swordsmanship 300 times." This training was not useless. At least now, Anakin was fierce enough to scare off thugs looking for trouble. His lightsaber was also sharp enough. But Chun-Ong said to him, "You lack killing intent." Anakin asked for guidance on how to gain killing intent. Chun-Ong replied, "When there's a helpless fear and sorrow in your heart, and a kind of anger that makes you wield your sword for love, you will naturally have these. It's not that you're not decisive enough, you just lack some experience. Some experience that will make you more determined to wield your sword." Anakin quickly took a sweet fruit from an old woman. Suddenly he heard a commotion behind him, and even the sound of a woman crying. "What's going on?" Anakin asked curiously. There was a faint sense of unease in his heart, as if the scene from 3 years ago was replaying itself. "Slave hunt." The old woman hurriedly packed up the stall and told him, "Hurry and find a place to hide. Those damned interstellar pirates are here again. They have guns and suppressors, and they can capture whoever they want. Many people have been kidnapped like this before, and their families have never been heard from again." Anakin broke into a run. He was as fast as a leopard, flying toward his home. Along the way, he saw many scenes of suffering, but as someone who was always willing to help others, he did not dare to stop. An indescribable fear gripped his heart tightly. Just around the corner of his house, he saw something that made his heart explode. It was a small silver hairpin that had been on his mother's head just a moment ago. "No!" Anakin screamed. His vision began to blur. He rushed toward his cozy little home and looked around frantically. Everything seemed to be intact, except for a warm shadow. His most precious thing had disappeared without a trace. "Mom!" He could not help but shout, angrily raising the hilt of his lightsaber as he stood at the door and shouted, "Run, Anakin! Your mother has been taken by Jabba's people. Hurry and find someone to save her." His neighbor, T.T. Clonella, stood at the door and shouted at him. A tall, ferocious-looking creature suddenly grabbed her by the hair and threw her to the ground. "Look, I found the fish that escaped the net. Ha!" With a ferocious smile on its face, it carried a ferocious alloy knife and walked toward Anakin. Anakin's eyes were cold, so cold that it made him feel uneasy. He raised the hilt of the sword in his hand with trembling hands. Irrepressible anger and regret surged in his heart. When your heart is filled with powerless fear and sorrow, when there is a kind of anger that makes you wield your sword for love, you will know what to do. Chun-Ang's instructions made him snap the last string in his mind. The blazing lightsaber in his hand swung out with unprecedented decisiveness and determination. He remembered Chun-Ang's teachings, and the lightsaber in his hand struck the weakest part of the alloy knife. Using shock and energy, he forced it to reveal an opening. Then he attacked like a storm. The lightsaber drew an arc, and with Anakin's roar, it cut off the limbs of the pirate. Blazing energy swept across the limbs. Anakin picked it up and grabbed it in his hand. One of the alloy claws stopped in front of the pirate's eye socket. "Where did you take my mother?" The pirate howled and did not answer. Then it received an even more terrible treatment. The intense pain woke it up abruptly. "They went to the gate!" it screamed. Anakin dropped its body and swung the lightsaber in his right hand, cutting off the pirate's head. He glanced apologetically at T.T. Clonella. After seeing her stand up, enduring the pain, he hurried to the gate. Along the way, Tears flowed from his eyes. She might disappear without a trace. She might be injured or killed. She might be afraid now. These thoughts of fear were too much for Anakin to bear. He could only grip the lightsaber in his hand tighter, until he saw that figure, that warm and familiar figure. She was in the crowd, violently shoved by the mercenaries. For a moment, Anakin saw the clear fear on her face. The shock made him unable to move. He had never seen his mother fear. To him, she was always the symbol of calm. For a moment, she revealed all the fear of her life to him. When she saw him, the crazed look in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a deep sense of worry and heartache. "Go," she mouthed to him silently. But this time, Anakin did not listen to her. He pulled out the lightsaber in his hand. Surrounded by the crowd, he approached the group of pirates. The worry in Shmi's eyes deepened. Her anxiety seemed to overflow her brows. She tried her best to signal him with her eyes, but she could not do anything. Step by step, he approached the crowd. Shmi suddenly closed her eyes and charged at the pirates with determination. She attacked them viciously. "No," Anakin shouted. He could not watch her sacrifice herself like this. A large hand pressed down on his shoulder, and a familiar voice rang in his ear. "I once taught you how much power you have and how much responsibility you have to bear. You don't seem to take it to heart." Chapter 44. Sla! An electric sound rang out, and the high-speed vibrating cyclic frequency alloy blade was placed horizontally in front of Shmi. The one-eyed pirate smirked as he viciously swung the brass knuckles on his right hand towards her head. He laughed heartily and casually teased his companion beside him. "Who does this stupid woman think she is? She can't be sold for much anyway. Let me chop off her head and show those restless pirates." Anakin's face paled. He ignited the lightsaber in his hand, but Shmi was too far away. He couldn't even run to her side in time. The pirates laughed heartily, their faces twisted with excitement. They were excited for the blood and violence to come. They cheered for it, and Anakin's pale and despairing face was reflected in their cheers. A small buzzing sound rang out, and the lightsaber quickly split the alloy blade in half. Qui-Gon Jinn walked out from the side and carefully stood in front of Shmi. At that moment, Anakin slumped to the ground in shame. He covered his mouth and burst into tears. You must always remember this moment. Remember your regret and courage. The former makes you wise, and the latter brings you murderous intent and strength, Chin-Ong whispered in his ear. With that, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body leaped in an almost impossible manner. Like a withered leaf, he drifted to the center of the pirates. The lightsaber in his right hand spun and produced 3 blazing white flowers. Chin-Ong moved with strange and ever-changing steps. The pirates who stood in his way were all easily killed by a blazing particle blade. The bandits who stood in a mess were separated by him in a neat straight line, like a sharp blade cutting through the waves and a waterline on a calm water surface. Finally, some pirates discovered him. "Someone's attacking. Kill him." Several pirates pulled out their blades and rushed toward the two, trying to stop their feet so that the others could react and finish them off together. The pirate who rushed toward Qui-Gon Jinn couldn't block his sword and was cleanly cut down by the lightsaber. However, more pirates shot at him from afar, and more people rushed forward. In the distance, a black-skinned, 4-armed man licked his lips in excitement. "Kill them!" he shouted, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. "I want to tear that woman apart in front of that kid." On the other side, Chin-Ong, who had used his inner force to protect his body, nimbly jumped to a height of several dozen meters. The silver disc in midair became his leverage, and the sword light that was as fast as a swimming dragon seemed to casually pass through a few alloy blades that were waving at him. As the blade light flashed, it easily separated the bodies of a few pirates. The silver disc floating in the air became the best leverage for Chin-Ong, helping him to complete the impossible moves. He could always appear at any place in the blink of an eye. He expanded the battlefield of the confrontation, his body always skimming through the air. The pirates who raised their blasters were often cut down to the ground in a flash. Kagan Kim shielded Shmi as he approached Anakin. With a light flick of his lightsaber, he deflected the beams of light shooting at them, protecting the three of them securely. "Your teacher is very scary." Kagan Kim glanced at Chun-Ong worriedly, then turned to Anakin. "His swordsmanship is calm and full of efficiency. He is always moving at high speed. His grasp of timing and judgment always allows him to swing his sword in the impossible. This kind of swordsmanship is like the fangs of a poisonous snake, cold, calm, and deadly. But he is a rational person. His heart is filled with calmness like a windless lake. He can control it with ease. He does not swing his sword with hatred. But you are different." Anakin clenched the lightsaber in his hand with a complicated expression. In front of him, 2 dismembered corpses showed what had happened. Kagan Kim's calm voice still reached his ears. "Chun wants you to swing your sword with emotions because he knows that you need to vent your emotions, not suppress them. But you must know how to control yourself. The anger in your heart is because of love. Love can help you control yourself. Chun wants me to tell you that your principle is—" Anakin lowered his head and tried his best to avert his ashamed gaze. "To kill with caution," he murmured. "You did not do this. Killing makes you unable to control the lightsaber in your hand. Use love to subdue the anger in your heart. You should be firm and careful when killing. Chun is a very good teacher. He discovered the hidden hatred in your heart. You should face the darkness," Kagan Kim said earnestly. He pulled the stone off his chest and passed it to Anakin. "Chun feels that you're the son of the Origin Force and will be a key figure in affecting the balance of the Origin Force. He wants me to teach you to stay away from the dark side of the Origin Force and not go crazy over it. He teaches you that strength drives responsibility, wisdom guides the path forward. Principles cannot be violated in killing with caution. You should subdue your heart. May the Force guide you." Kagan Kim gave him a blessing and placed the pebble from the River of Time into his pocket. Anakin carefully accepted Kagan Kim's blessing. He bravely picked up the lightsaber and rushed out of Qui-Gon's protection. This time, he used the love in his heart to guide the suppressed anger. Origin power fluctuations appeared on his body, and the lightsaber was like a sharp sword. He swung, blocked, and slashed, blocking the alloy blades coming at him from all directions. Anakin adjusted his breathing with the breathing method Chun-Ong had taught him. Relying on his short stature, he leaped around the pirate's feet, calmly stabbing out with the lightsaber in his hand. Accompanied by sharp slashes, several pirates fell to the ground one by one. On the other side, the battle was still going on. Chun-Ong was like a terrifying black tempest, bringing death upon everyone. He flickered through the battlefield like a ghost, killing with each step he took. His efficiency was terrifying. In a short period, the number of pirates who had fallen to his lightsaber had broken through the dozens and was rapidly approaching the triple digits. The corpses on the ground had all been killed with a single slash. There were no other wounds apart from a charred wound. The pirates were on the verge of collapse. One of the pirates could no longer endure the atmosphere. With a loud cry, he threw down his weapon in an attempt to escape. A beam of light flashed past as the alloy blade pierced through the back of his head and emerged from his mouth. The four-armed man pulled out the alloy blade and flung the corpse away. "Whoever dares run will die." A biting, cold-killing intent stabilized the pirates' footing. Although they were at a loss, they still obeyed the burly man's commands and formed a defensive circle. "Take Shmi and leave first. Wait on the airship," Chun-Ong said to Anakin as he efficiently dealt with the last pirate who had run away. Seeing the hesitation in Anakin's eyes, he smiled. "Go. Trust me." Kagan Kim stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The two faced the circle of swords formed by the pirates, their expressions calm and serene. Chun-Ong pulled out a second lightsaber and held it in front of his chest. His breathing was steady and powerful as inner force slowly flowed through his body. He closed his eyes slightly. No need for passion. Calm the mind. Do not follow the ignorant. Follow the true knowledge. Do not indulge in lust. Remain calm and clear. There is no destruction, only the power of origin. Kagan Kim silently recited the creed of the Jedi Knight as he slowly held the lightsaber in front of his chest. When Chun-Ong opened his eyes again, his pupils were a deep, dark blue. The blazing white blades in his hands brought with them a stream of light. Chun-Ang's body turned into a streak of white light as he flashed through the air and landed in the circular formation. The four-armed man's face was malevolent and cruel. He roared and activated his energy weapon without a care for anything else. A dense net of light enveloped all directions. Every pirate that came into contact with it was struck by a burst of electricity. They screamed miserably and fell to the ground. The ground around them exploded into countless clouds of smoke and dust. Wherever Chun-Ong landed, there was a lightning-like laser beam striking the spot where he stood. The dense lines of light enveloped the sky and formed an inescapable net in all directions. The four-armed man smiled savagely as he gently waved the 4 alloy forks in his hands. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat as he muttered to himself, "Not good!" 2 hazy beams of light suddenly lit up and shot over with an unfathomable trajectory. Kagan Kim could feel the origin power around him cheering as it revolved around the indistinct voice in the smoke and dust. Like a meteor crashing to the ground, one of the beams streaked across the sky and exploded heavily in front of the four-armed man's chest. The man looked as though he had been struck by a hammer. A thin layer of light rose up from his chest like an eggshell, protecting him. Energy barrier. Kagan Kim frowned as he looked at the fallen man, feeling somewhat worried. The blade in Chun-Ang's hand was only a modified civilian cutting device. It wouldn't be able to break through the barrier's defenses. Kagan Kim swung his blade to evade the approaching pirates and was about to step forward to help him with his lightsaber. However, the actual situation stopped him in his tracks. The 2 blades in Chun-Ang's hands unfolded smoothly, the flowing radiance forming 2 perfectly closed semicircles. The first slash had just been unleashed, but the second was even more powerful. An unending stream of light fell upon the energy barrier, stirring up small ripples. Haha, it's useless. The burly man clambered up from the ground and fished out his blaster while enduring Chun-Ang's torrent of attacks. Chun-Ang's method of wielding the sword immediately underwent a subtle change. The edge of the blade shifted from a different angle and brushed past the energy barrier. The violent vibrations transmitted into the barrier and caused the burly man's heart to go dizzy and his footing to falter. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, the radiance of the blade grew brighter and brighter. Under the burly man's incredulous gaze, the 2 beams of light merged into one, breaking through the thin energy barrier and gently brushing past his body. The broken energy splendor sprinkled down from the sky. The four-armed man could only see a white light in front of him. His arms were the first to turn into ashes, followed by his shoulders, chest, and both legs. Blazing white light leaked out from his body. Flying flames covered his entire body, turning it into ashes bit by bit. Chapter 45. When the blade of light exploded, Chun-Ong came into contact with the origin force for a brief moment. This did not surprise Kagan Jin. The Jedi were not the only group with origin force sensitivity. Chun-Ong had the right and ability to come into contact with the origin force, but the truth hidden beneath this was very shocking. Not only was Chun-Ong not a origin force sensitive, he did not even have a Qian gene. He was like the Yuzin Vong, an existence that was isolated from the origin force of this universe. He should not and could not come into contact with the origin force unless the nature of the origin force was not what everyone had guessed. The relationship between the origin force and the Qianjin was not as close as everyone had thought. Chen Ong tried to feel the origin force, but found that although the barrier between him and the origin force had weakened, it was still like a thick layer of glass. He quietly channeled his inner force and found that the nature of the inner force was even purer, even tainted with a trace of the characteristics of the life force. This was very normal. Life origin power and inner strength were both the embodiment of a certain aspect of the origin of life. It was natural for them to imitate and fuse with each other. Chun Ong was almost certain that inner strength could transform into life origin power. When the inner force and the origin force were fused, what could stop him from communicating with the origin force? The Qianjin could be a bridge to communicate with the origin force, and the life force could naturally do the same. When the inner force and the life force completely overlapped, the unified origin force would also open its heart of tolerance. All life had origin force. The origin force did not refer to the Qianjin, but the expression of the origin of life. Anyone could communicate with the origin force. This was the main idea of the life force, and Chen Eng's change undoubtedly reflected this. Chen Ong opened his palm. There were some small scratches on it, left behind when he tried to control the origin force. Usually, Chen Ong only needed to control the muscle groups at the nerve endings to temporarily hide the scratches, but this time he had a better choice. He channeled his inner force slightly, and an inexplicable aura quickly approached Chen Eng's palm. When he opened his palm, the broken capillaries on his palm had already healed, and the delicate skin was as smooth as jade without any visible wounds. Origin healing. This was the first origin skill that Chen Ong had simulated, and it looked like the effect was not bad. The healing properties of inner energy were not inferior to life force at all. Coupled with Chen Eng's Grandmaster level medical skills, it could be said to be successful in every endeavor. With Chen Eng's superb control of his body, even a severed limb could be regrown. Of course, the effect would be much worse if it were used on someone else. It was used for a run. You're being chased by the Trade Alliance, and I'm being chased by Jabba's bounty hunters. If we stick together, I'm afraid the risk will be doubled, Chen Ong said with a smile as he picked up the useful items on the ground. Before Kagan Kim could answer, the communicator on his shirt rang. Obi-Wan's anxious face appeared on the communicator. Our ship has been destroyed by the Trade Federation. Force warned, the king said. Their warning, our force of call. It doesn't matter. Come and meet us here, Chen Ong interjected lazily. There are pursuers behind us. Obi-Wan turned around anxiously. He could see dozens of ferocious-looking, flying cars hovering behind him. Queen Naboo's guards were providing cover, obstructing their pursuit in an orderly manner. Before Obi-Wan could explain, a domineering voice came from behind Kagan Jinn. Let them come. 111. Don't worry. Chen Ong held his alloy blade upside down as he stared at the rising dust in front of him. Behind him was a group of old cripples in their 70s and 80s. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and they could hardly breathe with just a single step. Among them was a paralyzed old man who sat in a hover wheelchair as he floated in front of Chen Ong. The electronic voice on his chair asked rigidly, "This time, the boss is going to pay more. The mechanical army of the Trade Alliance is a tough nut to crack. You'll have to give us a price 3 times higher." Chen Ong slapped open the door of the shuttle behind him and pointed at the dazzling array of weapons. "These are all for you. Look carefully. Take as much as you want. Not to mention 3 times the price. I'll give you 3 times the price." He clapped his hands hard and said rudely, "There are also some small things. You'll definitely like them." Watson flapped his wings and floated behind him coldly. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. The shuttle competition hasn't even started, and you've already messed with Jabba's basket. Now you're giving out free goods." Don't you know that these things are enough to buy 10 lives for each of those useless people? I'm one of them too. You can stay. I didn't force you. Just consider these things as your ticket. Chin Ong shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Watson's face turned purplish red. He said angrily, I don't want to be turned into jerky by Jabba or fight with that evil beast of his. Remember, you're the one who violated our contract. You have to bear all the responsibility. The one who owes the debt is the boss. Have you ever heard of this saying? Chun Ong distributed the weapons and said to Watson without looking back, If you don't want to lose everything, you'll have to work with us honestly. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent. Watson was speechless. It was not that he did not want to refute, but he had just recalled the battle record of the man in front of him. He had single-handedly killed more than 100 interstellar pirates under Jabba's command. Such a fierce person was not someone he could afford to provoke. He must have been blinded by the power of money. Otherwise, he would never have dared to say such a thing. The crippled old mercenaries worked together to break open Watson's treasure chest. More than a dozen crystal-clear petri dishes were quietly placed in the chest. A few egg-shaped organisms, like beating hearts, fluctuated slightly in the petri dish. The ferocious appearance of the organisms and the mysterious aura of science made the veterans not dare to act rashly. Chun Ong held up the electronic telescope and observed the line of smoke on the horizon from afar. Hurry up, we don't have much time left. Obi-Wan and the others are fighting and retreating at the same time. It looks like they have suffered a lot of casualties. But how do we use this thing? A K2 with a broken limb used his bare tentacles to roll up one of the petri dishes and asked in confusion, Press the red button, and when the red light shines, just throw the thing on the ground. Chin Ong answered as he pulled out 2 spare light blade handles from behind him and inserted them behind his waist. The K2 pressed the red button curiously, and a blood-colored solution was suddenly injected into the petri dish. The egg-shaped organism inside trembled violently, and gray nerve threads probed around in the petri dish. When the petri dish turned completely red, the red light suddenly lit up with an ear-piercing buzzing sound. The K2's tentacles trembled and retracted like lightning, letting the petri dish fall to the ground. The sturdy material that could withstand large amounts of lasers shattered like glass all over the ground. The egg-shaped organism in the petri dish sprang out, and the gray nerve threads were exposed to the air. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, it suddenly turned around and pounced on the K2. Ah! The K2 screamed, but the egg-shaped organism easily inserted the nerve tentacles into its mouth. The egg-shaped organism that pounced on its face melted silently and wandered around its body. The K2 twitched, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground, his body twitching. The crippled mercenaries around him all took a step back and looked at the K2 carefully, for fear that something would happen to it. Super Martial Awakening, Unseal Como. Chun Ong gave orders to the biological weapons on the K2 through the communicator. Electric wires and machinery, flashing with electricity, drilled out from the deepest part of the oval-shaped creature and sank heavily into the kata's body. A surging thing drilled in and out of the kata's body like a snake, and flesh-colored tentacles emerged from the broken roots of its tentacles. Limb regrowth. The crippled old mercenaries looked at this scene in shock and whispered to each other. Electric wires flashing with blue light spread along the tentacles to the end, and a powerful magnetic field emerged from its body. A small box that Chun Ong had put aside suddenly opened on its own. Inside were neatly placed nail fragments. The nail fragments floated in the air. Sensing the magnetic field released by the electric wires, they quickly stuck to the tentacles and formed a steel, whip-like tentacle. Like an outer armor, they protected the tentacles. Blue electric light spread on the tentacles, and the steel tentacles with long metal thorns began to spin rapidly as the magnetic field changed. The K2's unconscious body twitched instinctively. The 2-meter-long tentacles and the outer armor floated in the air and stretched to nearly 10 meters long, plunging into the rock like a drill. As the 4 or 5 steel tentacles waved, the electric light and kinetic energy shattered everything larger than the size of a fist within 10 meters. Its eyes lit up with a blue light, and it jumped up from the ground. With the power of the magnetic field of the tentacles, it floated in the air. The dangerous and ferocious tentacles swam around it like snakes. The K2 opened its eyes in confusion and looked at the people far away from it in confusion. What's wrong? Guys, what's going on? None of the mercenaries who were close to it paid attention to it. They all used every part of their bodies to drag, pull, pinch, and pull as they desperately squeezed in front of Watson's box. The paralyzed old mercenary's wheelchair had a large blaster floating in it, and it was pointed at the people in front of him. The stiff electronic voice said hurriedly, "Get out of the way, or I'll shoot, or I'll shoot." The K2 stared dumbfounded at the old bastards who had used all their abilities. They watched as they used all their dirty tricks for a petri dish without any regard for their feelings. In front of Chinong, dozens of small balls floating in the air shot out. They flashed with a blue electromagnetic field and shot out rapidly. A blue-white electromagnetic beam wrapped around them and shot into the dust in the distance. After a while, a strong electromagnetic storm swept over from afar. The communicators on the mercenaries and Kagan King exploded in black smoke and were completely charred and unusable. The few robot carriers floating in the air at the front fell and crashed into the sand dunes. Queen Naboo and the others were like a line of small black dots quickly approaching this place. Chapter 46. The cold, mechanical flood slowly approached. Tens of thousands of war robots hung on the military airships. The huge airships came crashing down from the sky, covering the mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon. In the air, the mechanical soldiers fell from the airships like dumplings. The thousands of mechanical soldiers on the ground gathered into a torrent and pushed forward. On the other side, the guards of the Naboo royal family, led by Obi-Wan, were in a sorry state. They were hiding under the desert, and the 4 sand drilling vehicles were traveling at a depth of tens of meters under the sand dunes. Obi-Wan was leading dozens of guards, using all the weapons they could think of to stop the mechanical army. From time to time, guards in uniform would be shot down by lasers. Along the way, the broken robots and the corpses of the Neb guards fell. To the robots, it was just a drop in the ocean. However, the guards suffered heavy casualties. The tall royal guard captain hid behind the boulder, the blaster in his hand continuously firing. He turned around in despair and said to Obi-Wan, "Warrior, please protect Her Majesty's safety. She is Neb's only hope. As long as the Queen is safe, our sacrifice will be worthwhile." "Don't think like that. You have to hold on. Reinforcements are on the way." Obi-Wan held his lightsaber and waved his hand to deflect an ion beam that was shot at the guards. He turned around and looked at the guards sincerely. "There won't be any reinforcements. Mr. Warrior, you don't have to comfort us. When I joined the guards, I already had the resolve to sacrifice myself for the Queen. Every one of us brothers and sisters has the determination to die for Nebraska." The guard captain stopped retreating. He led the remaining guards and maids to stay where they were. One of the Queen's closest maids turned around and said to Obi-Wan, "Protect the Queen and retreat. Mr. Jedi, we will hold them off for a while." There was a strange brilliance on this petite girl's face. She stood under the sun, the hair in front of her forehead reflecting the sunlight. Her clear eyes looked at him devoutly and said, "May the Origin Force be with you." Obi-Wan looked at this ordinary-looking girl and the many guards who had stopped beside him. He held tightly to the creed in his heart and gave his blessings to his exhausted comrades. "May the Origin Force be with you." The particle beams that shot towards Obi-Wan did not scare him at all. He waved the light sword in his hand agilely to protect himself. He weaved through the rain of bullets and felt the expectant gazes of his nameless comrades behind him. He killed his way towards the Queen. These cold war machines had logical judgment and thinking abilities that were not inferior to that of ordinary humans. They were remotely controlled by the troop carriers that hovered high up in space. The steel tide that could destroy everything pushed forward little by little with a cold, murderous intent. Even though his guards fought with all their might, their comrades still fell one after another. Obi-Wan could even feel their despair and resistance. He felt the burning sensation of the particle beams brushing past his face. He endured the anger that was about to burst open in his heart. He tried to tell himself that their sacrifice was worth it. He tried to forget those silent faces and advance towards the Queen. But when he was about to reach his destination, he could not help but look back. It was still that nameless maidservant. Her hair fluttered beside her ears, and there were beads of sweat on the tip of her nose. She stood in the middle of the battlefield, focusing her attention on the front. In front of her was an endless army of machines. Scarlet-red lasers brushed past her face a few times, but she just stood there without moving. Only when a few accurate lasers shot towards her did she calmly close her eyes. Obi-Wan trembled as he lifted the muzzle of his blaster, trying to redeem everything. He turned his head in despair. He could not bear to see what would happen next. He could feel sweat dripping down his forehead and cheeks. Then he saw a familiar figure. It was as steady and tall as a boulder, standing in front of everyone. "Leave the rest to us," a voice said. Obi-Wan raised his head and saw Chun-Ong standing in front of him. His teacher, Kagan Kim, was standing in front of everyone, blocking most of the threatening attacks with a lightsaber. Under the heavy night sky, stars shone behind them. Obi-Wan could see those lights clearly. They were old flying shuttles, full of strange-looking warriors. These old warriors were old enough to be Obi-Wan's grandfathers. Their bodies were emitting a murderous aura. Their clothes were tattered, and they were wearing strange equipment. They looked especially ferocious. Amidst the endless yellow sand, none of these warriors could ignore them. It was a kind of eye-catching aura that could not be concealed, and neither could they be bothered to conceal their menacing fangs and brandishing claws. They were exposed in the center of the battlefield. A Katu with floating steel tentacles was the first to pounce. On the battlefield, 2 straight gray lines were spreading through the robot array. The 2 lightsabers in Chun-Ang's hands flew and cut down everything in front of him. The sharp lightsabers easily cut through the sturdy alloy shells and cut them into 4 pieces. A condensed and calm aura flowed out of the lightsabers. It was as if the world had turned gray, and the lightsabers in his hands were the only bright spot. When Obi-Wan saw this, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Then he was reminded by the vigilance in his heart, and he paid close attention to Chun-Ang's crazily increasing threat ability. A silver-white glove was clasped on Chun-Ang's elbows, and 2 buzzing silver plates floated near Chun-Ong. Blue lightning flashed on the lightsabers. His highly focused mind gathered on the 2 lightsabers, and he felt the frantically beating energy aura. If inner strength was the path of inner cultivation, Chun-Ang's development of it could not be said to be profound, but it had been expanded to the extreme. No matter how inner strength was used, it was still developed and used the strength of the human body. It was harder than steel, faster than bullets, and it was still bound by the physical body. It had to be reflected in the real world through the physical body. Chun-Ong suspected that the so-called unity of man and nature and the vitality of heaven and earth might be the application of inner strength to get rid of the physical body's restrictions and independently interfere with the world. However, this realm was far from Chun-Ong. In this regard, Chun-Ong had always been looking forward to the appearance of a turning point. This kind of power that directly interfered with reality, the great power that directly affected physical forces without using the physical body. Chun-Ong had once thought that it would be a special ability, a path of martial arts that used special abilities as the first driving force and integrated inner strength. He did not expect that he would find a way out in the science of the interstellar era. Electromagnetism, sound waves, fluid, photon, gravity, these physical forces that were bound by science had a common source of interference, the origin of all things, the great power of life, the origin force. Although unifying the origin force was still far away for Chenong, the nature of the origin force of life could already trigger the power that interfered with physics. Through some high-tech equipment, the path of science and martial arts sprouted for the first time. The electromagnetic traction beam rings on his wrists and the anti-gravity engine in midair were rough and extraordinary. In that instant, Chun Ang's entire body was wrapped in lightning, like a ball of lightning. He stepped on the air, and his figure flashed like lightning across the sky. The lightning that entangled his body, under the guidance of the silver-white gloves, roared and surrounded his body. His footsteps did not touch the ground, but his figure was wrapped in blazing white lightning, sweeping across the sky above the mechanical army. Two light blades, wrapped in a huge amount of electromagnetic ions, turned into giant blades that were several meters long, like the wings of lightning. Under Chun Ang's extreme speed, all the ions that approached him were turned into plasma and shot out along the light blades, maintaining the fragile stability of the lightning ball. The invisible particle light blades cut through the space countless times in an instant, like the right-angle ripples blowing across the water surface. Countless intersecting sword lights flashed in the mechanical army. With the unique physical properties of particle weapons, every time Chenong swung his sword, there would be tens of thousands of light frequency vibrations. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of particle blades had swept across the battlefield. Like hot knives cutting through butter, they dismembered the machines in their path and turned them into piles of rubble. Obi-Wan watched in shock as the lightning flashed past. His hand holding the light blade had unknowingly become drenched in sweat. He couldn't believe Chun Ang's miraculous swordsmanship. There were no origin power fluctuations, no tidal oscillations, and only a weak interference of vitality origin power had produced such a terrifying display of swordsmanship. It was as though Obi-Wan could see a new door of origin power slowly opening, and a sensitive organization that could sense vitality origin power was rising. Just as he was feeling uneasy, his teacher, Kagan Jin, had arrived at his side with the escort squad. His teacher, Kagan Jin, had already escorted the guards to his side. Seeing Obi-Wan's distracted look, he frowned and said, "Obi-Wan, don't let the world blind your eyes. You have to learn to see the world with your heart." Look, in the distance, the old soldiers were staggering on the ground as they charged fearlessly toward the mechanical army. The old men with one foot in the grave formed a stark contrast to the cold and merciless mechanical army. Chapter 47. Plasma sprayed out from the tentacles. The Catus flew in the air. Their slender steel armor, which was hundreds of feet long, lashed out with dark blue electric light at the nearby living beings. The Catus extended their tentacles toward the mechanical army and slowly pinched them together. An invisible magnetic field wrapped around the robots and made them float in the air. As the tentacles in the air suddenly curled up, dozens of robots were turned into scrap metal by the exploding magnetic field. The trembling old mercenaries stood in a row and faced the tens of thousands of steel soldiers in front of them. They looked relaxed, as though they were not facing a bloody battle, but the warm afternoon sun. The paralyzed veteran excitedly lifted his wheelchair. The black chains on his limbs were attached to his hemp, rod-like limbs. These half-dead old men had their backs to the horrified Nabu guards as they calmly waited for the mechanical army to approach. The dark-skinned old man in the lead had a light yellow cigarette in his mouth. He took a deep puff, flicked his index finger, and lightly flicked the cigarette out. The spinning cigarette but landed on the ground hundreds of meters away. The dark-skinned old man took out two modified blasters from his back. He held them in both hands and watched the approaching mechanical army with cold eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until a foot stepped on the cigarette, but in that instant, time seemed to stretch out for a long time. The atmosphere in the field suddenly changed from extreme stillness to extreme activity. The old men, who had been dying a moment ago, suddenly pounced forward energetically. The dark-skinned old man moved with both hands, shooting wherever the beam of explosive energy particles pointed. He moved nimbly between the beams of light, and his 2 hands steadily and methodically opened fire. Although his speed was not very fast, every shot would paralyze a robot. Not a single one missed. The fatal beam of light swept past the tip of the old man's nose, but it did not cause the slightest ripple in his eyes. His eyes were as deep as a pool of stagnant water, and the young Neb guards were dumbfounded. The old people around him, who had 1 foot in the grave, walked through the rain of bullets as if they were taking a stroll in a courtyard. More than 10 guns were fired in an orderly manner, and the pressure they created was actually comparable to that of tens of thousands of mechanical troops. The paralyzed old man tilted his head, a blaster floating in front of him, specialized in shooting elite robots. These old ghosts were born on the battlefield, grew up on the battlefield, and would die on the battlefield in the future. They had honed their skills in the sea of blood, and they also had sharp senses. They smiled, as if they were greeting each other in the morning, and smashed the robot's head. Seeing a few elite units covered in energy shields among the robot army rapidly approaching, Black Leather, the paralyzed old man, and the others threw away the blasters in their hands. Their faces were calm as they stood empty-handed at the front. The K2 were the first to lose control. With a wave of its long whip, its tentacles immediately stretched out dozens of meters and wrapped around an elite robot. Its body was pulled by the tentacles and quickly approached the robot. On its arms, 2 plasma turrets suddenly wrapped around its arms, easily breaking through the energy shield and sinking deep into the robot's core. The dark-skinned old man pressed his right hand slightly to the ground, and his body suddenly soared into the air. The surrounding robots were quickly attracted to a core above his head, and an incomparably huge distorted suction force controlled at least thousands of robots present. The long gravitational line distorted space, causing the robots to slide down bit by bit and squeeze into a ball. The K2 exchanged glances with him, and several tentacles suddenly danced. A huge plasma ball formed beside it, and a huge magnetic field protected the K2, distorting all attacks against it. Suddenly, the K2 released its control over the plasma ball and watched the huge energy monster slide along the twisted space toward the bunched robots. In the air, a dazzling firework suddenly exploded, flashing across half the sky. People dozens of miles away could see it clearly. Several old mercenaries formed a small team. The paralyzed old man floated slightly in the middle, and a huge concave ring floated under his control. He lay in a wheelchair, his head drooped, and his right eye was a metal prosthetic eye that reflected a faint red light. The others maintained the complex ring structure. Chirp! A huge red beam of light pierced through the sky and pierced into the center of the steel army. A huge scorch mark extended from the front all the way to the horizon. Along the way, the robots that collided with each other exploded one after another. In the center of the battlefield, a large area was cleared. Before the mechanical army could catch its breath, several more old mercenaries pounced on it. Sharp ion light blades and explosive laser beams crisscrossed the battlefield. As more and more people joined the battlefield, more and more strange prosthetics showed their abilities. The robot army was like wheat in a field being harvested one by one. This is... The Queen came out of the underground car and saw that the 2 sides were in a deadlock in the sky and on the ground. Your Majesty, do you want to pay for these weapons? Watson appeared out of nowhere. Electromagnetic dragon whip, planetary energy, crimson laser eyes, wild sand. Your Majesty, these are all very useful materials for war. Even if you don't need them now, for the sake of peace, you will need them one day. I will not let my people pay for these killing weapons." The queen rejected him. Watson was not angry. He put down the list and sneered. "But your majesty, these killing weapons are now saving you and your people." It pointed at the fiercest part of the battlefield and grinned. "The weapons that you look down on are actually fighting for peace, and the people who talk about peace are compromising with evil and war." Who is the evil one? On the transport robot airship, Chenong stepped on the silver disc and leaped into the air, hundreds of meters in the sky. The strong wind provided him with an endless amount of leverage. Chenong glided in the sky, as agile as a swallow. He stepped on various flying drones and slashed at them with the light blades in his hands, tearing apart their weak armor. Withstanding the shocking pressure, he quickly approached the sky. The more spacious the place, the more complicated the lasers he had to avoid. After the drones had enough strategic depth, they brought him a lot of pressure. The silver disc was like the most agile swallow, cleverly avoiding the net and flew higher and higher until it was thousands of meters in the sky. Chenong stepped on the air, his body shook, and he flew more than 10 meters up. The light blades in his hands formed a closed circle. The silver-white handguard released a large amount of electric charges, attracting the ions in the sky. More than 10 jumping electric lights appeared beside Chenong. They were attracted to the two ends of the light blades according to the positive and negative ions. The spinning light blades formed a circle of electricity. With the help of the electromagnetic levitation force field, Chenong flew in the sky until a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck down from the ionosphere. The effect of the Faraday cage created a huge electric current around Chenong. It attracted the electric charges in the sky and continued to release them. The impact of the lightning broke the balance of Chenong's electromagnetic field. He fell from thousands of meters in the sky. More than 10 lightning bolts entangled him like ferocious dragons. One after another, they struck around Chenong's body. The huge electric ring, with the light blades as the core, formed an all-like electric fluid. His internal energy and life force tried their best to maintain this dangerous balance. As the friction became stronger and stronger, Chenong, who was falling from the sky, had already become a moving body like a lightning bolt. The light blades trembled and rotated. Suddenly, more than 10 sharp particle beams shot out from the lightning in the sky. The sharp light blades cut through the protective cover of the airships in an instant. Violent electric currents swarmed up and tore everything inside. Like a blooming lianhua, lightning bloomed among the airships in the sky. The pouring electric currents, guided by the high-energy particle beams, pierced into the protective cover of the airships and tore everything inside. 2 airships that had luckily escaped the disaster crashed into each other under the disturbance of the electromagnetic field. A fierce fire broke out and burned. After everything was settled, Chenong stood in the center of the room, standing on the silver disc. On the ground, the robot army that had been defeated had suffered the impact of the electromagnetic field. Without the airship's signal circulation, their reactions had become extremely slow and they were killed by the veteran mercenaries. Chenong landed beside Kagan Kim and looked at the queen who was walking toward him. Although the queen had won a glorious victory, her brows were still furrowed. "Neb's situation is getting more and more dangerous. I can't wait like this. Either give us hope or let me go back to my people." Obi-Wan hurried over. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Our airships have been destroyed. Only by contacting the airships that took off from Tatooine can we reach the Republic's territory. Then how long do we have to wait?" The queen looked at him unceremoniously. "Wait until my people are all slaughtered? Wait until Neb is reduced to nothing?" Kagan Kim did not participate in their argument. He turned to look at Chenong. "The airships are on their way." Chenong said with a smile, "Where?" The queen did not hold back. Chenong raised his head and looked at the horizon. There was a slight tremor coming from the ground. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, a small hill slowly rose in front of them. A huge object slowly rose from the ground, and hundreds of millions of tons of sand and stones fell from its body. A huge crack appeared on the ground. Chapter 48. This was a ship with a bit of history. Queen Padme thought to herself as she looked at the streamlined golden hull under the sunlight. The ship's elegance and simplicity could not be hidden at all. It was like a work of art from the end of time and space, intoxicating one with its rich sense of history. Such a ship should have remained on the display shelves of the interstellar tycoons, becoming their favorite collection. Those nouveau riches who flaunted their culture would go crazy for it and become its loyal followers. Padme found it hard to imagine that there would actually be people who would use such a well-preserved ancient ship as a means of transportation. It would look as crazy as chopping vegetables with a lightsaber. Due to its age, the ship's tractor beam was the oldest gravitational type. It projected a gravitational field that pulled the Naboo convoy into the main entrance of the ship. Anakin jumped down from the ship excitedly and ran to Chirrang's side. "Teacher, are we leaving?" "Yes, we are sending the Queen and the 2 Jedi to Coruscant. You are also going to the Terminus Temple to train," Chirrang said with a smile as he put away the lightsaber in his hand and stepped on the silver plate. "Say goodbye to Tatooine. You might never come back here again." Anakin looked back with a complicated expression. This desolate and bleak planet. In his memories, warmth and cruelty, happiness and humiliation had all happened in this place. Now it was time to say goodbye. "No need, teacher. Wherever you and Mommy are, that's my home." Chirrang shook his head with a smile. "I'll be leaving for a while soon. I've entrusted Keegan to take care of you during this time. You'll be studying in the Holy Temple of the Jedi Warriors for a while and cultivating origin power from him." Anakin looked up in shock. "Why, teacher, where are you going?" "To train." Chirrang smiled. "The origin power has given me a lot of inspiration. I will be training outside for a while. It is not suitable for you to follow me now. Anakin, you are still young and need to build a good foundation. The Terminus Temple is where you will be studying from now on. Go and greet Qui-Gon Kim." But Anakin wanted to argue. "Go quickly." Chirrang's tone was gentle, but there was an unchangeable determination in it. He picked up the 2 light blades beside him and said with a smile, "I want to welcome a new friend of ours." Anakin lowered his head and walked over to Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon said something to him, then patted his head and walked over. "I thought you'd stay in the Holy Temple. Why did he have to leave? I will apply to the clan of elders to let you become a teacher of the temple and enter the temple to learn. You clearly have the chance to come into contact with the truth that you want to seek. Why are you rejecting it? You must help me keep this opportunity." "Of course. I'll come back to continue cultivating and exploring origin power. But sometimes the closer we get to the origin of things, the more shallow and ignorant we feel. I realize that my understanding of life is not deep enough. This is preventing me from continuing to search for the truth." Chirrang gently flicked his fingers, and Qui-Gon Kim felt the rhythm of the origin power. It was a life aura that he had never felt before. He seemed to see the other side of the origin power, or rather, the side of life that was different from the origin power, a hot land of origin power that he had never explored before. "Is this another kind of life force?" Qui-Gon Kim sighed. "It's truly magnificent. It's weak but tenacious, small but vast. I feel another great existence in it that is not inferior to the origin power. It and the origin power are 2 sides of the same coin, and together they explain the mysteries of life. If you can't understand it more deeply, you will definitely be rejected by the origin power. I understand your choice. I will suggest to the clan of elders that you become a non-staff Jedi Knight. I hope you won't refuse," Qui-Gon Kim said solemnly. "It would be my honor." Chirrang smiled and accepted his invitation. "Let's go. Don't let our Sith friend wait too long." A mysterious figure in a black robe slowly appeared in the distant horizon. Kagan Kim's expression was solemn as he and Chun Ong slowly approached. The black-robed man lifted his hood, revealing a lofty face hidden in the shadows. His scarlet and black facial patterns intersected, and his cold golden eyes made him appear cold and merciless. Darth Demon's silence filled the air with the scent of blood. He was like a silent predator in the night, dangerous, cold, cruel, and proud. Pure evil. Chun Ong could even feel the pure aura of the darkness side of the origin power on him. It was deep and profound, vast and cold. He was even purer of darkness than Sidious, and had even lost his own will. This made him even more dangerous. A faint buzzing sound rang out. In Darth Demon's hand was a long red lightsaber. The surging energy blade was violent and dangerous, and the aura was abnormally violent. In Darth Demon's hand, it emitted a sinister aura of darkness. Darth Demon leapt up, his origin power leaping technique, making his body incomparably agile. The red lightsaber in his hand turned into a rapidly rotating turbine, slashing down at Kagan Kim. *Psi. Kagan Kim ignited his lightsaber, calmly blocking the blow at the last moment. The violent energy of the lightsaber rubbed against Kagan Kim's blade, and the vibrating origin power in the field, under Darth Demon's control, pressed against his chest. Kagan Kim could feel the abnormal flow of origin power around him as he struggled to cope with the immense pressure brought by the origin power. He brandished his lightsaber, resisting Darth Demon's incomparably violent sword technique. Darth Demon's sword technique seemed to be wide open, the sword light dazzling and incomparably sharp. But the most terrifying part was the unpredictable rhythm and trajectory of the lightsaber. The lightsaber danced in the air, drawing out dazzling arcs of light. The seventh form of the lightsaber technique was swift and violent, and in Darth Demon's hands, its might was far beyond imagination. Coupled with Darth Demon's perfect telekinesis technique, the sword light scattered out, layer upon layer, like a monstrous wave. Kagan Kim's origin power foresight could not even see the trajectory and landing point of the lightsaber. He could only rely on his skilled swordsmanship to deal with Darth Demon's attack. The lightsaber in his hand was steady, protecting himself without a single gap. Although he looked a little ragged, he was actually dealing with it calmly. Chun Ong slowly drew out two lightsabers, crossing his hands. Arcs of light flashed in the air, and the blazing white light of the energy blades cut through the air like a white rainbow piercing through the sun. Under the dual vibrations of internal force and life force, the quivering lightsaber, sharp and austere, flashed past a screen of light, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced into Darth Demon's back. Suddenly, Darth Demon's body seemed to be pulled, and with a swift turn his body leaped into the air. He ignited the lightsaber on the other end, and his wrist moved at an extremely high frequency. The sword light rotated and drew out hundreds of overlapping sword circles. The twin-headed lightsaber was exceptionally sharp, and in Darth Demon's hands he was able to deal with both Chun Ong and Kagan Kim at the same time. Under these sword shadows, there was hidden killing intent, and the combination of illusion and reality with origin power made it impossible to defend against. Boom! The arcs of light were like a taut bowstring, suddenly exploding with extreme speed. Under the intersecting of the lightsaber, hundreds of blade lights scattered out, crisscrossing against Darth Demon's lightsaber. The stirring sword light was reinforced by Chun Ang's full strength and suddenly swelled forward, crushing Darth Demon's sword circle. Kagan Kim's sword shadow also accurately coordinated, piercing towards Darth Demon's vitals. Without hesitation, Darth Demon disassembled the twin-headed lightsaber, and the two lightsabers intersected with each other, blocking Chun Ong and Kagan Kim's sharp swordplay. The indestructible lightsaber forcefully collided with Chun Ang's lightsaber, and the condensed ion beam became unstable under the impact of the lightsaber. Chunong had no choice but to avoid a direct confrontation with Darth Demon. A dark shadow suddenly pounced out from Darth Demon's body. Kagan Kim's expression was solemn, and he withdrew his sword, weakening the dark shadow. Darth Demon's lightsaber expanded rapidly, forcing Chunong to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Darth Demon retreated dozens of steps. He looked deeply at Chunong and then slipped into the darkness. Kagan Kim slashed his Force Phantom and looked at Darth Demon's receding figure with a heavy heart, so that really is them. The ancient dark shadow has appeared once again. I must inform the Jedi Elder Council of this news. Chunong looked at the almost useless lightsaber in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. What an indestructible lightsaber! Just now, Darth Demon's origin power skills and swordsmanship had opened his eyes. But what gave him the biggest headache was the instability of the lightsaber. Sith's lightsaber was sharp and violent. If it wasn't for Chunong avoiding a direct collision, the lightsaber would have long since been destroyed. Of all his abilities, he couldn't even display 60% of his full potential because of his weapon. It seemed like he really needed a new weapon. After Sith retreated, Kagan Kim didn't dare to stay any longer. There had to be 2 Sith, 1 master, and 1 disciple. He couldn't guarantee that he and Chunong would be able to deal with 2 Sith at the same time. Queen Padme, who was worried about her country, was restless. Under her urging, the ship quickly set off. Flying at superluminal speed was fast, but in the vast universe it still took a long time. It took 3 long months to travel from Tatooine to Coruscant. Chunong was in high spirits as he learned about the Naboo science and discussed origin power with the 2 Jedi Knights. This wondrous and profound knowledge made him immersed in it. When they arrived at Coruscant, Chunong even felt a little regretful. Kagan Kim brought Anakin to the Jedi Elder Council, and the ancient research ship was also entrusted to the Naboo to repair and maintain. Chunong looked around at this prosperous planet, and his figure gradually disappeared into the air. Inner force transformed into the origin of life. The origin of life gave birth to life force, and the origin of life guided and unified origin power. If Chunong wanted to explore the mysteries of origin power, it would only be possible if he traced his inner force back to the origin of life. The Star Wars world could no longer help him. The next time he came here, both light and darkness would definitely open their hearts to him. Chapter 49. That day, that night, Jung-Hoo finally remembered. The fear of being once dominated by the imperial court, and the humiliation of being bound by the law. In the dark night, the knights stepped on the puddles and galloped into the unknown darkness. The sound of breathing in the wilderness grew heavier and heavier, more and more concentrated. A low sob suddenly rang out in the darkness, but it was immediately covered by someone's mouth. He stumbled and stumbled as he ran on the plains. The bright moon hung high in the sky. All of a sudden, the fleeing crowd stopped in their tracks. They stared blankly at the nightmarish figure in front of them. Under the moonlight, several knights in flying suits were standing there quietly. They were like ghosts and ghosts in hell. A trace of despair flashed across their faces. A young woman fell to the ground and cried in a low voice. The man in the lead pulled out the long saber at his waist and laughed in despair. "Zhao, family dog, I, Wang Batian, will not let you go even if I die." Under the moon, the light of the saber was like frost. It reflected the cold light like blood. Blood splattered into the sky, like a long red ribbon hanging down from the moonlight. "Run, run." The men protected the woman behind them and shouted at a young man. Wang Batian's body fell heavily in front of the knights. One of his head was in the hand of one of them. His 2 eyes stared at the young man. The young man turned around and left with tears in his eyes. Behind him, the angry roars of the men and the wails of death could be heard. There was only one voice that kept ringing in his ears. "Run, run. Go find gang leader Chiao and ask him to uphold justice for us." The young man sped up. The branches in front of him hit his face and left a few bloody marks. But he only knew how to run. He exerted all the power in his body and used all his strength. There was nothing in his mind. He only knew how to run forward. He left the wind, the moon, and the killing behind him. "Kill all the hawks and dogs of the imperial court. I'll fight you eagle claws to the death." The men roared. The men roared, but they still could not suppress the cold voices of the knights. "The Taihang Wang family village has robbed passers-by and caused trouble. In the past 30 years, they have committed dozens of murders. Their crimes are unforgivable. Family head Wang Jindao has already been executed last month. The emperor has ordered the imperial guards to capture the fugitive. Imperial governor's orders, Dark Dragon Guard, kill! Kill!" The knights shouted in unison. White mist rose from the armor on his body. Under the charge of the mount, he looked like a ghost. A man wielding a large saber leaped with all his might, and the saber light swept across the knight's body. Molten fire as armor, lightning as blade. Dragon roar, tiger roar, black tortoise true technique. The knight's red cloak fluttered in the wind, and the thick mist around him suddenly turned fiery red, rising and leaping like flames. The man blocked the long saber with all his might, but he was always stuck 3 inches in front of the knight, unable to get any closer. Facing the knight's cold gaze, he closed his eyes miserably. Another head soared into the sky as the blazing light rolled past. In the dark night, the blood light soared to the sky. In the apricot forest, Xiao Feng's body was stabbed several times. He shouted heroically, "Who killed Vice Gang leader Ma? Who stole my folding fan and tried to frame me? I will get to the bottom of this." He then turned his head to Kong Min. "Madam Ma, with my skills, if I wanted to take something from your mansion, I wouldn't return empty-handed, and I wouldn't lose anything. Not to mention that there are only 2 or 3 women in your mansion. Even if I wanted to take something from the inner court of the imperial palace, the commander's tent, or among thousands of soldiers and horses, it's not impossible for me to take something." "Qiao Feng, you kite and dog thief, you're still talking nonsense, slandering Madame Ma's clean reputation. Vice Gang leader Ma is upright and outspoken, and it was you who killed him. Brothers of the beggar sect, how can you let this evil thief go?" The atmosphere in the surroundings instantly froze. Everyone present was at a loss. The beggar sect disciples instinctively wanted to obey Qiao Feng, but because of his identity, they did not dare to express their support. At this time, a figure in a sorry state rushed out from the side. They saw a travel-worn, wounded young man at Xiao Feng's feet, crying loudly, "Qiao Feng, you have to uphold justice for our Taihang Wang village. I asked Xiao Feng to investigate the blood feud of our entire clan. Investigate." He pounded his head like garlic, crying incessantly. Xiao Feng awkwardly said, "Little brother, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you, but I really can't bear the title of beggar sect leader. If you don't mind, I'm just one person, but I also want to seek justice for you." The young man cried loudly, "The Jianghu is in danger. How can we care about trivial matters? Qiao Feng, the northern Wuling is finished. Finished." Hearing this, the heroes present were all shocked. Dan Zheng stepped forward and hurriedly asked, "Is it the Khitan invasion?" Xiao Feng's face showed that he was in a dilemma, and his steps suddenly slowed down. He thought to himself, the heroes of the Wuling fight to protect the country. But if I go up now, what position will I be in? The young man's next words shocked everyone. "It's the imperial court. The imperial court has attacked the Wuling. The Red Knights, those Red Knights, they're the imperial court's dogs, under the imperial edict of the emperor to attack us. Our entire Wang village has been killed, and the next target is the beggar sect. Don't talk nonsense." Elder Su pointed at the young man's nose and said angrily, Everyone knows that the beggar sect is loyal to the Song dynasty. Many beggar sect heroes shed their blood and shed their lives in the war against the Liao dynasty. How can you talk nonsense here? The Minister of Revenue, Kai Jing, was killed by someone with the dragon-subduing palm at home. The emperor is furious and has established the Imperial Guard, the Suwu Hall, to control the Jianghu forces. The Suwu Hall's governor, Qinong, is cruel, merciless, and cold-blooded. He actually issued 36 Suwu decrees, using harsh laws to control the northern Wulin, and if anyone disobeyed, the whole clan would be slaughtered. The young man took out a bloody letter and read it in a choked voice. He knelt on the ground and cried, "This is the blood and tears of the northern Wulin." Less than 3 days after the order was issued, the traitor Qin personally led his men to besiege and kill the heroes of the 18 stockade villages of Taihang. Even the cult master of the Ming cult, Fangla, was hunted down by him for more than 300 li. Our northern Wulin is in a storm of blood, and our families have been destroyed. Please uphold justice, gang leader Qiao. Why didn't the local beggar sect disciples report such a serious matter? Elder Su scolded angrily. That's a load of nonsense. Qiao Feng, is this someone you found to deceive people? I'm telling the truth. Beggar sect disciples, according to what I've seen along the way, all the beggars have been forcibly imprisoned by the government. They say that they don't want to farm, and they've been forced to farm. The young man cried, "Nonsense, nonsense." Elder Su was so angry that his beard fluttered. He pointed a trembling finger at the man. "How can the Great Song have fertile land to farm? It's Western Xia." The Western Xia army suffered a great defeat and suffered heavy losses. They've already lost Hetao and a large area of the northwest. The king of Western Xia is so scared that he ceded his land and begged for peace. The aristocratic martial artists present had been suspicious at first, but they couldn't help but laugh when they heard this, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Elder Su was also so angry that he laughed. "You madman, madman. Men, drag this man away. You've really lost your mind." The young man struggled and shouted, "I'm not crazy, not crazy. Gang leader Qiao, you have to uphold justice for me. The imperial court has really acted against the martial world. The Dragon Stallion army of the Suppression Martial Hall is already coming for the beggar sect. Gang leader Qiao, you have to be careful. Be careful." Elder Su laughed. "This man is really crazy. The imperial court has been cowardly for so long, and now they're saying that they've defeated Western Xia? What nonsense." The crowd in the apricot forest couldn't stop laughing. Everyone knew that the Song army was weak. The Liao people and the Xia people were all acting like tyrants in the imperial court. Although the great Song dynasty was prosperous and healthy, its military was lax and its military strength was weak. None of the people present looked up to the cowardly imperial guards. They even looked down on the border soldiers. When they heard this, they found it funny. It sounded like a fantasy. Amidst the laughter, the sound of hooves could be heard. There were horses galloping from the north, followed by a few sharp whistles. Some of the beggars present whistled in response. The horses galloped faster and faster, gradually getting closer. Elder Su murmured, "What kind of emergency is this?" They saw a beggar disciple lying on a horse. When the horse galloped to the front of the crowd, it let out a long neigh and fell to the ground dead. Qiao Feng hurried forward to help the beggar disciple up. He saw that his face was pale and his breathing was weak. Elder Su pointed at Qiao Feng and said sternly, "Qiao Feng, this is an important matter for the beggar clan. You can't interfere." Qiao Feng let out a long sigh and handed the disciple over to Bai Shijing, who stepped forward to support him. Unexpectedly, the disciple clutched tightly onto the corner of Qiao Feng's clothes, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. Seeing this, Elder Wu coldly snorted, "What is the meaning of this, Elder Su? Chief Qiao is our chief. Why can't you listen to him?" The disciple was speechless and pointed behind him with a trembling finger. He didn't know when, but a group of riders in red had appeared on the path he came from. They wore red flying fish robes and were lined up in 2 neat rows. A slender figure stood at the top of the hill with his back facing the crowd. The hem of his green robe fluttered in the breeze. His unbound hair fluttered in the wind. He had a majestic aura. When the disciple saw the figure, he gasped for breath and his face turned red. He was so excited that he fainted. Qiao Feng carefully handed the disciple over to Bai Shijing and cupped his fists at the figure. His actions were dignified and free, giving the beggar clan disciples a sense of confidence. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why have you come to our beggar clan's gathering place?" That person flicked his sleeves and turned around. When the crowd saw his face clearly, they discovered that he was just a young man with a crown on his head. However, his aura was actually not inferior to Qiaofeng's. Everyone present felt a slight pressure pressing down on them. Wang Yian furrowed her brows and said, "This person's aura is similar to Cousin's, but when compared to Cousin's, it feels different." She originally wanted to say neither fish nor fowl or monkey crown, but she felt that it would belittle Morong Fu too much, so she quickly changed it. Duan Yu, who was beside her, noticed her strange behavior and asked, "Fairy sister, what's wrong?" Wang Yian looked at Duan Yu. Although Duan Yu looked like a fool now, his bearing was engraved in his bones. This person is more like him, but he's a little too infatuated. Duan Yu was born in a noble family. His behavior and upbringing were exactly what Morong Fu wanted to emulate. However, one was raised with bearing, while the other was learned. Compared to Duan Yu, Morong Fu's bearing was clumsy. Chen Ong was no longer the ordinary student he used to be. He led a huge financial group in the endless world and had honed his bearing, so he looked more like Duan Yu. Duan Yu looked back and found him familiar as well. He smiled and said, "This brother has an extraordinary bearing. It seems like you're someone worth befriending." In the apricot forest, the crowd stared at Chenong with burning eyes. The atmosphere was solemn and heavy. Chunong smiled and said, "I'm Chunong, Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army from the Great Song Suo Academy. Greetings, gang leader Qiao. P.S. This was supposed to be a speech at the end of the Star Wars volume, but I didn't write it well and was too embarrassed to say anything, so I might as well put up a preview of the new volume. Writing the plot as a preview was also a great experience for me. This plot doesn't affect the main plot of the demigods and semi-devils, so it doesn't matter if you don't read it. Anyway, when I write Apricot Forest, I'll definitely use the main character's perspective. There are 2 more chapters today, so in order to prevent the starting point from going crazy, I'll try to finish before nightfall. Chapter 50. In the laboratory, Chenong was wearing orange goggles as he stared at the spindle-shaped engine that was humming as it ran on the experiment table. The sparkling blue light flickered. The machine was running stably and excellently. Chunong nodded slightly at the research institute next to him. He saw dozens of researchers facing the computer in front of them solemnly. Countless complicated commands were inputted one by one. On the experiment table, the machine that was bound to the ground by dozens of locks was unlocked one by one. The engine was suspended in the air. Blue electromagnetic waves flickered faintly. A subtle but stable energy was transmitted from the engine's output to an instrument. The blue light that represented the energy input flickered twice and lit up steadily. "It's a success." The researchers present were excited. They stood up from their seats and crowded around the experiment table. They looked at the brand new machine that represented the most advanced technology on Earth. Although the experiment was a success, Chen Ang's face was still calm. Not only him, but even the old men in white coats beside him did not have much joy on their faces. Their engine has been successfully operated, but we are still so far away from the anti-gravity engine. It is even more hopeless, the old professor lamented. The science and technology that Chang'an had brought back from the interstellar era had encountered unimaginable research difficulties on Earth. These technologies that were separated from Earth for more than 30 centuries had an insurmountable gap with the current system. Many of the basic technologies were explained from the perspective of the interstellar industry. Even for the most basic alloy steel, the interstellar era had long surpassed the mainstream smelting technology on Earth. Instead, they used magnetic fluid to smelt metal atoms and the magnetic induction molding method to produce them with the precision of atomic nuclei. This kind of high-tech technology that required the creation of gravitational and magnetic force on the level of a white dwarf was something that Earth could not even touch. A small anti-gravity engine was closely related to the entire industrial system. Each of its connecting parts originated from high-end technologies that were already common at that time, but were still far away from Earth. Space, gravity, and electromagnetism were technologies that were easily controlled by humans in the interstellar era. They were the basics that even children knew. However, on Earth, they were still cutting-edge technologies that had just begun to sprout. With Chang'an's strength alone, trying to restore this great power was as laughable as the great scientists of Earth trying to build a car with stones in the primitive era. Tens of thousands of planets, thousands of races, and the great power accumulated over tens of thousands of years, with Earth as the foundation, could only peep outside the door. Of course, Earth's civilization, which had the accumulation of interstellar technology and human society, which had unlocked the shackles of wisdom, was bound to have infinite potential. Chang'an believed that, given some time, they would definitely be able to rejuvenate the achievements of the Milky Way Republic. The development of the overclocking medicine for the development of the brain and the improvement of the evolution medicine for the extension of life allowed the Earth civilization to stand ahead of the Milky Way Republic in the field of human evolution. Even in the interstellar era, these two potions had incomparable significance. However, this still required time, and it was bound to be a long process, one that took centuries as the basic unit of calculation. How could the scientists who knew some of the inside information not sigh, seeing that the glorious civilization was right in front of them, and that the truth was so close at hand? These scientists, who pursued the higher truth their whole life, were crazy about it. However, they were limited by their own level of understanding and the development of society, so they had no choice but to repeat the mistakes, wasting away the civilization. Facing the silver disk that was floating in the air, the old professor stared at this glorious civilization that represented the interstellar era in a daze. He stroked its silvery white, streamlined body inch by inch, and it was only when Chang'an came up behind him that he barely reacted. "How's the evolution medicine?" Chang'an asked calmly as he flipped through the experimental records of this period of time. The old professor suddenly came back to his senses. He realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly activated the overclocking state. With a cold expression and calm tone, he replied, "Everything is going smoothly with the evolution medicine. Human experiments have shown that it has effectively maintained the health of the human body. The state of the cells shows that adult men who have been injected with the evolution medicine can generally live up to 300 years, with at least 250 years being the peak of their health." Chang'an frowned and said, "This is the result of the genetics laboratory. What about the mysticism?" "According to the mysticism information you provided, Doctor, the basic preparation that uses the blood orchid as the raw material has a somewhat strange effect. According to research, it has an amazing effect on some mysticism personnel. But for ordinary people, it only has half the effect of the evolution medicine, and it still needs to be taken for a long time. According to the research of volunteer number 37, he is a Buddhist monk with average physical fitness. However, after taking the blood orchid, his organs showed the effect of breaking through the physiological limits. His metabolism became extremely slow, and the lifespan of his cells reached an amazing level of thousands of years. With the great circulation of spiritual energy, Chang'an somewhat understood. He stopped the old professor's endless stream of experimental data and asked calmly, "How's the research on breaking through the shackles of the evolution medicine?" At this point, the old professor raised his head somewhat indignantly and replied somewhat unwillingly, "It's not bad. The test subjects of the evolution medicine have shown good physical fitness and even have an amazing ability to adapt to the environment. Test subject number 12, a fisherman who is excellent at swimming by the sea, has even evolved a second set of human circulation. However, this kind of evolution is completely incompatible with the brain development represented by the overclocking medicine. Those evolved people can't accept the brain development of the overclocking medicine. And similarly, our genes can't accept the stimulation of the evolution medicine. You've done human experiments." Chen Ong abruptly turned his head and stared at him. The old professor was silent for a long time. The blue light in his eyes fluctuated violently, and he said with difficulty, "Yes, I violated the experimental rules and conducted human experiments without authorization. The results were not optimistic. All the volunteers who were injected with the two kinds of medicine at the same time developed a terrible genetic disease." Chen Ong looked at him silently. The old professor retreated from the overclocking state. He grabbed his sparse hair in frustration and stumbled to the ground. Suddenly he covered his face and sobbed, "It's all my fault, Sia. Sia listened to my theory and injected herself with an evolution medicine. The gene stabilizer we made with the blood orchid lost its effect in just 3 months. Sia was his daughter. Where is she now?" Chen Ong looked at the pitiful man and sighed. "Gene stabilization room." The old man raised his head. There was a deep sense of bewilderment on his face. "We couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, doctor, you brought new technology. Now she's frozen in the gene stabilization room. Skynet, remove Professor Ronan's authority as the main person in charge and list human experiments as the third category," Chen Ong said slowly. On the ceiling, a silver-white stream of light flashed. In the huge information flow that presided over the entire underground laboratory, a complicated change of authority was quietly happening. The old professor undid the ID on his chest and placed it at Chen Ang's feet. His originally tall and straight body now looked a little crooked and even old. "You have to take responsibility for what you've done," Chen Ong said slowly, "but Sia shouldn't. She'll be a key project. You'll be in charge of the research on gene collapse and genetic diseases." The old professor suddenly covered his face uncontrollably. Turbid tears dripped onto his hand, and a muffled "Thank you" made Chen Ong, who had turned to leave, slow down his footsteps. However, he did not look back and still left with firm footsteps. The laboratory was developing at a high speed. There were new breakthroughs every moment, and the height of Earth civilization was refreshed every day. The results of every breakthrough here were enough to refresh human scientific research since the beginning of the 21st century. The thriving and vigorous development momentum was incomparable, just like the E-group in the endless world. Chen Ong, on the other hand, was showing signs of stagnation in the evolution of his life force. The analysis and development of his life force were both difficult and slow, and the development of his brain was like a death knell that was approaching Chen Ang's limits bit by bit. The level of life that had improved due to his life force was quickly caught up by the development of his brain. His accumulation of inner force had dried up. The accumulation from the smiling, proud wanderer was quickly exhausted. Although the amount of inner force was still increasing by leaps and bounds, the exploration and evolution of its essence had almost come to a standstill. Without a deep accumulation, it would be difficult to make rapid progress. Inner force was the link of life and the hub through which Chen Ong sensed origin force. Its slow and stagnation directly affected Chen Ang's path of evolution. A new round of exploration was imperative. This time he should go to a world where martial arts were more prosperous, a time when inner force was closer to its essence. Chapter 51. Riding on the wind on the sword, I will vanquish the evil between heaven and earth. Chun Ong stepped on the silver plate and soared above the 9 heavens. His loose clothes fluttered in the wind. Chun Ang's expression was indifferent. He had the bearing of an immortal in his feather robe and star crown. If ordinary people saw him, they would be shocked. In terms of trickery, no one in the world could compare to Chun Ong. There was no possibility of exposing him. Psychology, hypnosis, soul-shifting, origin power persuasion. In terms of manipulating people's minds, Chun Ong was born to be a cult leader. If he could establish a religion, it would definitely become a big deal and even change the world. It was not impossible for him to call himself a god. Unfortunately, the means were not the end. Chun Ong might use these methods to achieve his goal, but he would definitely not be willing to make these foolish things his life's pursuit. But sometimes, using these small methods could shorten the time needed to achieve his goal. Chun Ong would not be so stupid as to abandon them. That was why he dressed up like this today, to trick someone important in his plan. Bienliang was far more prosperous than other places. Even from thousands of miles in the sky, one could clearly see the heart of the Great Song Empire, the most prosperous dynasty in the world. It was rich, beautiful, and resplendent. Compared to other countries of the same era, the Great Song was as beautiful as heaven. Unfortunately, this prosperity was about to be destroyed by the flames of war in the blink of an eye. It was already the first year of Zhezong's ascension. There were only 6 years left until Zhezong passed away, and 30 years until the shame of Jinkong. At that time, Bienliang would have already fallen into the flames of war. But now, it was still a bustling market. This was the only city in the world that never slept. The prosperous business made Bienliang still bustling at night. Zhao Su was bent over the desk in the library, pointing at a volume of Ziji Tongjian in his hand. Suddenly, he heard noises coming from outside. "What is it?" he asked with a frown. The servant beside him quietly opened the door and looked outside. He was stunned by what he saw. Zhao Su looked up in confusion and got up to take a look. Suddenly, the door opened silently. The servant scrambled to Zhao Su's feet and kowtowed with a trembling voice. "Sir, it's an immortal. It's an immortal." "Nonsense." Zhao Su scolded, flicked his sleeves, and walked out the door. He wanted to see who was playing tricks on him. Even though he was mentally prepared, when he saw Chun Ong, he could not help but feel a sense of awe. Chun Ong floated high above the 9 heavens, like a celestial being in the moon, looking straight at him. Zhao Su hesitated. Even though he did not believe in ghosts and gods, he had no choice but to be respectful in the presence of celestials. "I wonder if Shinran wants to give me the cardinal in person." Although he still had some doubts in his heart, the fact that Chun Ong was able to barge into the palace meant that his life was in someone else's hands. Furthermore, Chun Ong didn't look like a fanatic assassin. Zhao Su could accept it if he gave in on the surface. Chun Ong listened to his words and only smiled slightly. "You don't believe me, but you have to believe in your own eyes. Even if you don't believe in your own eyes, you should believe in your judgment. Come with me first." As the silver disc flashed, Zhao Su's body involuntarily floated up. Following the pull of the gravitational light, he stood firmly on the silver disc. At this time, Zhao Su calmed down. No swindler would be able to pull out such a big trick. Zhao Su did not think that anyone could trick him. How can there be no wine when there's a moon? Chun Ong smiled and waved his sleeves, gathering a cloud and letting the two of them float on it. An invisible hand held a wine cup in front of Zhao Su. Zhao Su's eyes flashed, and he picked up the cup thoughtfully. How can there be no singing and dancing when there's wine? Chun Ong clapped his hands a few times. Suddenly, a rainbow light appeared in the sky. Several graceful dancers swayed their waists and danced on the cloud, singing and dancing. They were like goddesses, captivating people's hearts. Even an emperor like Zhao Su could not help but be moved. The Enlightened One's celestial arts have truly broadened my horizons. Zhao Su was, after all, an emperor. His shrewdness allowed him to quickly conceal his loss of composure. However, he was still immature, and the uncontrollable shock in his eyes completely exposed him. These are all small tricks. Chin Ong waved his hand to disperse all the illusions. He asked seriously, "Let me ask you, do you want to live forever?" This question was earth-shattering. Zhao Su's hand that was holding the wine cup trembled, and the wine spilled out. Longevity. Even the great talents of the first emperor, the hegemony of the Han dynasty, and the brilliance of the Li dynasty's founding emperor were obsessed with longevity. Ever since Zhao Su ascended to the throne, his health had been deteriorating. At a young age, he already felt unwell. His dream was to live a long and healthy life, let alone live forever. Enlightened one. Zhao Su's eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. "Do you have an elixir of immortality?" Haha. If I had an elixir of immortality, I'd be living a carefree life myself. Why would I come to see you? Chin Ong said bluntly. I'm not even immortal myself. What can I give you? Enlightened one, there's no need to lie to me. I'm willing to offer you a rare treasure from the imperial palace for you to take. All I ask for is immortality. Zhao Su's breathing was a bit unsteady. He didn't even need Chin Ang's signal before he offered up his treasures. Even an ordinary quack would know when to stop in order to gain Zhao Su's trust and then take the next step in his plan. However, Chin Ong was not an ordinary charlatan. He sneered and pointed at the mountains and rivers below. Other than these mountains and rivers, what other wealth do you have to buy immortality? Don't dirty my eyes with gold, stones, pearls, and jade. Enlightened one must have a request for coming here. May I ask what it is? At the mention of the Song dynasty, Zhao Su temporarily regained his composure. He thought for a while and concluded that Chin Ong had a request. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to go through so much trouble to meet the emperor. What I want is immortality. Can you give it to me? Chin Ong smiled. It's not wrong to say that I have a request. I want to borrow a ladder from you, a ladder that leads to immortality. What ladder? Enlightened one, please explain. If it's within my power, I'll do as you say. Zhao Su asked. He wanted the other party to ask for power and wealth. Unfortunately, Chin Ang's request was not that simple. I want your majesty to grant me the power to make decisions in the martial world. Chin Ang's words were shocking. He wanted to seize power the moment he opened his mouth. Zhao Su was so shocked that he stood up. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly had a thought. He thought to himself, after all, the affairs of the martial world have never affected the nation. Even if he controls the martial world, it may not be more harmful than taking away military power. I've heard that the people of the martial world are unruly and lawless. Perhaps the strategy of driving the wolf to swallow the tiger is feasible. The more Zhao Su thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with his words. Instead, he looked spirited and intelligent. In a flash, he had thought of dozens of ways to keep Chin Ong in check. He did not know that these were hints from Chin Ong. Instead, he felt that he had great talent and could control immortals. I and the scholarly officials rule the world. I don't have the power to make decisions in the nation. Now that the new and old parties are at odds with each other, I can't do anything even if I propose something. Thinking of the reality, Zhao Su could not help but sigh and complain. It doesn't matter. I've heard that your majesty has the ambition to conquer the world. Because the king of Xixia is rampant, he has become hostile with Xixia. There are many arguments in the world, and the imperial court is also talking about it. If your majesty can conquer Xixia with the power to destroy the nation, you can control the overall situation. Chin Ong reached out and took out 2 silver marbles. They were the size of a thumb and looked crystal clear. These were 2 3-phase infrasonic bombs. They were the energy-fusing weapons that Chin Ong had brought back from the interstellar space. I have two tai, soundless, godly thunder, which can sweep away people and animals within a radius of several miles without harming the plants. I also have a gongshu secret record. There are dozens of secret methods of iron making, mining, smelting, drying salt, planting, mechanisms, and so on. They can be of help to your majesty. Zhao Su took a deep breath and held the two godly thunder in his hands. He was overwhelmed with emotions. Then he saw a small jade box appear in Cheneng's hand. He handed it to Zhao Su. Zhao Su opened it and saw two blood-red elixirs. The smell of blood made Zhao Su's index finger move and his tongue salivate. He endured the pain in his body and raised his head to look at Cheneng. These are two prolongation elixirs. They have the effect of nourishing the body and prolonging life. If your majesty doesn't believe me, you can give it a try. Cheneng flicked his sleeves and left the two blood orchid elixirs in Zhao Su's hands. Zhao Su felt his vision blur, and then he was on the ground. The panicked eunuchs quickly surrounded him. Ask the imperial physician to come to my palace, Zhao Su ordered. After a short while, a white-haired old man was brought in front of him. The old doctor picked up a blood-red elixir, sniffed it under his nose, and said with certainty, "This is elixir to nourish the body and prolong life. However, I have never heard of one of the main ingredients, so I can't be sure." "I know. You can leave now." Zhao Su's expression was indecipherable. He hurriedly crawled into the secret chamber. The eunuchs outside were not allowed to enter, so they could only hear Zhao Su's muffled groans. After a long time, silence returned. The trembling eunuchs outside heard Zhao Su's voice coming from within. "Men, I want to draft a decree." Zhao Su, who looked 4 to 5 years younger, walked out from the secret chamber. His face was flushed red, and he stretched his body with joy. "Drafting my decree. Head of the Imperial Army, from today onwards, I will select strong and loyal warriors to be the guards of my palace. They will be called the Imperial Army of the Front Palace, and they will be divided into the Xiang Dragon and Crouching Tiger Guards, led by the Imperial Army head. Order the Deputy Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs to see me." Chapter 52. There were many books in the inner palace. There were many old libraries that had not been opened for many years. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of scrolls. The people of the Song dynasty loved books and learning. Since the founding of the Song dynasty, the emperor had ordered scholars to compile a collection of books for the imperial reading. There were more than 100,000 scrolls, not to mention the magnificent imperial reading of peace. Even the Song dynasty's Taoist canon of longevity was being compiled by the Dragon Diagram Pavilion. It was not a lie to say that cultivation was easy in the palace. Cheneng flipped through a bookshelf that Zhao Su often visited and found many ancient books that had long been lost. Many of them were the experiences of predecessors in cultivating qi. Many obscure goldstone tadpole script were hidden in the depths of the inner palace because no one could translate them. There were many halls that stored metal, stone, and antiques. There were also a vast collection of books in the library. In order to compile the imperial books of the past emperors, the inner palace had collected countless books from all over the world. It could be said that 80% of the world's knowledge was hidden in the inner palace. Many ancient and unique books were abandoned in the depths of the palace due to the obscure characters. These days, Cheneng roamed the sea of books. He was truly free and unfettered. Many of the abandoned libraries were opened by him, and the scrolls inside were all dried up one by one. Even Zhao Su had no choice but to follow his wishes. He ordered the learned scholars of the Hanlin Academy and the Dragon Diagram Pavilion to organize the books. In reality, Cheneng was in charge of this compilation. Cheneng had directly facilitated the compilation of the largest collection of books in the Song dynasty after the imperial survey of Taiping, by examining the ancient texts and describing the way of heaven and man. On the one hand, the newly formed imperial guard of the front palace was undergoing strict training and learning. Chunong had even brought 80% of the evolution potion from the world of Limitless. He had even personally created a divine technique for them, using the scientific martial arts of the world of Star Wars as inspiration. He used the evolution potion to mutate the blood in the body, the black tortoise true technique. On the other hand, Chunong did not interfere with the management of the imperial army. Instead, he immersed himself in the compilation of ancient texts. His vast knowledge shocked many scholars, and it was only natural that he became the chief editor of this compilation. As a result, Chen Ang's identity as the commander of the imperial guards in front of the palace was finally accepted by the people of the Song dynasty. There were even great scholars of that time who believed that Chen Ang's knowledge surpassed all the scholars in the world. Whether it was the bone of tortoise, Dragon Zhongfengwan, as long as it was calligraphy and writing, there was nothing that Chunong was not proficient in. All the scholars who came into contact with him gasped in admiration. The governor of Xiong Dragon and Crouching Tiger, the erudite scholar Qin. Very few people knew that these two legendary figures who shook Bianliang were actually the same person. There were already calls in the imperial court to overthrow Chunong, scholar Qin. If Chunong was really a white-haired old man, with his reputation, it would not be difficult for him to enter the imperial court and become the prime minister. As the classics that Chunong presided over spread out from the imperial court, even the 3-year-old children in Bianliang had heard of his name. In an instant, scholar Chen's name spread all over the country, and he was regarded as one of the great scholars of the current era. Even scholar Dongpa, who had been demoted from afar, had publicly praised Chen Ang's knowledge, monopolizing 3 parts of the world. For a time, the world was praising 3 parts of the scholar. When the news reached Zhao Su's ears, he was even more convinced of Chen Ang's identity as an immortal who pretended to be mysterious. He was even more convinced of the saying that martial arts could lead to immortality. With the annotations and reappearance of the classics, and even the rediscovery of the ancient writings, many of the lost classics from the 100 schools of thought were rediscovered. When the half-volume of the Book of Music, one of the 6 classics of Confucius, appeared, it shocked all the scholars of the world. Many scholars of the current era volunteered to participate in this unprecedented event of the Confucian school, even at the cost of abandoning their official positions. It was recorded that the great book collectors of the common people drove the carriages from Kaifeng to Bianliang in an endless stream, and the wheels of the carriages formed a continuous line. Outside the imperial palace, the collection of books in the courtyard of the Hanlin Academy was piled up to 2 stories high. Zhao Su even had to send out the imperial guard, who had just finished cleaning up, to guard these precious collections day and night. Every day, the number of ancient books sent to the Dragon Diagram Pavilion for Chunong to read reached as many as 3,000. The number of great scholars gathered in the imperial palace numbered more than 100, and the number of scholars who came to copy books numbered more than 1,000. The imperial scholar Huang Chang of the Dragon Diagram Pavilion even had to open up the abandoned palace for the scholars to live in. Huang Chang held a bundle of old bamboo slips and stood on the narrow windowsill, trying to decipher the words on them with difficulty. Whenever he had doubts, he would copy down the words. Such records had accumulated into a thick stack in front of him. Beside him, a white-haired scholar tiredly put down the ancient scroll in his hand. He blew out the fish oil candle in front of him and said in a low voice to the person beside him, "The Emperor sends troops to provoke Western Xia day and night. Such a provocation at the border is not the behavior of a wise ruler." Before the person beside him could reply, he hastily stood up and said, "Scholar Chen." "Greetings, Scholar Chen." Chen Ong slowly walked over from the side and nodded slightly at the 2. He saw Huang Chang, who was proofreading at the side, and said, "Come with me." Huang Chang hastily stood up and quickly walked to Chen Ang's side. "Scholar, is there a problem with the school team of the classics department? Or is there something wrong with the Qi cultivation department, the Dao governance department, the ghost department, and the monster department? Come with me to see the emperor first. I have something important to entrust to you. Qin'ang slowly said. He glanced at Huang Chang and said, The way of heaven is to take away the surpluses and make up for the deficiencies. Therefore, the void triumphs over the real, and the deficiency triumphs over the excess. The meaning is broad, the theory is profound, and the interest is deep. The division of heaven and earth, the marquee of yin and yang, the changes are superficial, and the signs of life and death. You have studied hard day and night and received orders to proofread the longevity Taoist canon. You have already understood the true meaning of the scripture. When I took a rough look at you, your internal and external cultivation has already reached a certain level. However, your qi is too thick and your qi is too dense. You have a wide range, but you lack precision. You should have been studying the scripture, and you will definitely succeed in 10 years. In the future, you will be a master of Taoism, a martial arts master of a generation. When Huang Chang heard this, he cupped his hands in shock and said, This lowly official is confused. Sometimes I can feel the wind in my 2 ribs, and my body is light. But this lowly official only knows some breathing techniques. Although I am proficient in them, I have never practiced them. I have only obtained some qi to nourish my body and prolong my life. How can I be called a martial arts master? Chun'ang lightly said, The yellow emperor swam to the north of the Red River, climbed the Kunlun Hill, and looked to the south. Return, leave behind the Xian pearl. Let the knowledge seek it, but not obtain it. Let the vermilion seek it, but not obtain it. Let the rebuke seek it, but not obtain it. Let the elephant lose its life, and the elephant lose its life. The yellow emperor said, Strange, can the elephant lose its life? This is an allusion from the southern flower scripture, heaven and earth. It says that only when there is no thought, no sight, no speech, and the elephant lose its form and form, can one obtain the Tao. The elephant is indistinct, unclear, and chaotic. Therefore, the most natural way to obtain the Tao is to combine qi with qi. Only in this way can there be and no form, and the void and the real coexist. Chun'ang quoted this passage because he wanted to say that Huang Chang in his ignorance had mastered the principles of martial arts. It was the same as Xiangwang, a faintly discernible method of attaining Tao. It was a natural and profound principle. When you read the 10,000 years Taoist scripture, you have already understood the Tao in your heart. When your wisdom is awakened, you will naturally become proficient in the most profound principles of martial arts. You must know that the most profound principles of martial arts are not in the secret books of Jianghu, but in the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism. Bodhidharma comprehended the Buddhist scriptures and learned the peerless martial arts. The unfettered one read the South Flower and learned the unfettered secret art. Since ancient times, there have been many extraordinary people. Saints and sages have learned everything without a teacher. It is clear that the principles of the world are hidden in the world and are written by the sages. You are not ignorant of martial arts, but you have directly learned the Tao of martial arts. You have obtained the spirit and forgotten the form. Huang Chang stretched out his hand and said, Ever since I started practicing the breathing technique, I only feel that my body is light and healthy. With one leap, I can reach a height of 30 feet. In the past, when I saw the imperial army practicing and the experts of the imperial palace spying on me, I could see some of it. I didn't know that I already had a body of martial arts. Unfortunately, this is not my goal. Do you think that the Tao of martial arts is vulgar? Chun'ang asked. Killing with a knife is not the way of a gentleman. Huang Chang sighed. I taught you to proofread the ancient characters because I wanted you to polish your knowledge and practice the Tao. You wanted to learn from the ancient sages and abandon your desire for fame and wealth. I didn't think that you would be so indifferent and lose the desire to forge ahead. Chun'ang sighed. He could see that Huang Chang really did not have the desire to forge ahead in martial arts and had lost the essence of killing. No wonder he had a blood feud and was only able to create the 9 Emmanuel, a peerless martial art. If it wasn't for his hatred, perhaps he would have written the Golden Pill Essentials, Lifeguard Essentials, and Heart in Scripture. Killing was the first goal of martial arts, and fighting for one's life was the first essence of martial arts. The Tao of martial arts was to fight for one's life with the heavens, to fight for strength with the earth, to win against others, to surpass oneself in battle. Different from the simple art of inner alchemy, the Tao of martial arts was more intense and direct. In battle, to surpass oneself and sublimate one's life. Chun Ang's path to the Tao was like facing a cliff. If he was not careful, he would die a horrible death. Only the Tao of martial arts, the spirit of fighting for all things, was most suitable for him. It was also the path that allowed him to improve the fastest. Although fighting with others was not his original intention, fighting with himself was in line with his thoughts. Every moment, he was surpassing himself to pursue, to explore, and to fight against the heavens for his life. Even if it was to explore the world and sublimate oneself, it was achieved through constant fighting with oneself. The spirit of striving to improve oneself and the spirit of exploration were the principles that Qin Ong recognized. Although Huang Chang's indifferent spirit was worthy of praise, it did not fit with Qin Ang's general trend of promoting the development of martial arts. It also did not help the accumulation of martial arts knowledge. Fortunately, Huang Chang was in the imperial court. His life was tied to the glory of the Song dynasty. His recognition of the imperial court was very high. When the imperial court and the martial arts world went against each other and the conflict intensified, he would not be able to help himself. He would not be able to escape the name of the imperial court's dog. Moreover, he would be the imperial court's dog that would strike terror into the hearts of the martial arts world. He would be a demon that oppressed the martial arts world and a treacherous official who committed all sorts of evil. Qin Ong could even imagine that in the future, when the heroes of the martial arts world ganged up on him, this demon, Huang Chang, would be his most capable accomplice. Only such a grand trend could promote the development of martial arts. There would be many wondrous martial arts, and there would be many grandmasters. If the martial arts world was not forced into a corner, how could there be heroes who could turn the tide? How could the martial arts world throw away their barriers and communicate with each other, work together to promote the development of martial arts? Chapter 53. Huang Chang followed Qinong to the outside of Jixin Tower. This was where Zhao Su liked to receive foreign officials. Occasionally he would come here to read. Huang Chang did not dare to be rude and followed Qinong in respectfully. Although the Song dynasty was ruled by the emperor and the scholar officials, the status of the scholar officials was very high. Some of the older officials were even on equal footing with the emperor. Famous officials like Wang Engshi and Sima Guang were even respected. However, Huang Chang did not have the status of a chancellor or the reputation of a great scholar. He did not dare to put on airs in front of the emperor. Qinong, on the other hand, didn't care so much and walked straight in. The large Jixin Tower was brightly lit, but there was only one person sitting alone at the table. None of Zhao Su's servants were beside him. There were only 2 chairs in front of him. It was obvious that they were having a private conversation. Huang Chang hesitated for a moment before sitting down with Qinong. Zhao Su's face darkened. He held a scroll of History of Song in his hands, as if he was holding back something. Huang Chang's eyes were sharp, and he could clearly see the words History of Song written on the cover. He was shocked. Who would dare to revise the history of the dynasty? Bayan Tuachuo, Kublai, how daring! Zhao Su was enraged. He gripped the Song history book tightly and looked at Qinong with an agitated expression. Enlightened one, is this the destiny of our dynasty? Tong Guan, Kai Jing, and that useless Zhao Ji. How can I tolerate the shame of Jinkong? Destiny is not fixed. Your Majesty, you have lost your composure, Qinong reminded. Only then did Zhao Su return to his senses. His face regained its calm, but it was still dark and exceptionally ugly. He was silent for a long time before he said, "We will grant all of your requests. I only ask of you one thing. Your Majesty, please speak." Zhao Su said seriously, "The heavens are not fixed. Can destiny be changed?" After he asked this, he didn't wait for Qinong to answer, and added, "If you can, Jinren, please do whatever you want to do. I will support you with all my strength. It's just that the ministers still have some doubts about the prohibition of martial arts and need me to mediate. I wonder if Taoist master can personally convince those stubborn ones." Qinong smiled and said, "Is there anyone in particular that your Majesty wants to kill?" Zhao Su was slightly taken aback, but he immediately understood. He looked at the unnatural expression on Huang Chang's face and sneered. "I feel that Minister Kai is not bad. He is indeed a loyal and uncorrupted official." He said the last two words through gritted teeth. The 36 rules of the martial arts prohibition still need to be discussed by the court. Perfected cultivator Qin, I will have to trouble you to clean up the martial arts world. The Taoist master has full authority to command the imperial guard in front of the palace. Life and death, rewards and punishments are all decided by the Taoist master. I have already removed the imperial guard commanders from their positions in front of the palace. I wonder who the deputy commander's position belongs to? Qinong pulled Huang Chang over and said with a smile, "Uncle Wen is worthy of such a great responsibility." When Huang Chang heard this, he turned pale with fright. He had been listening to the conversation between the two of them from the side, and he felt as if there was a blade on his back. He was drenched in cold sweat, and now Qinong wanted to drag him down with him. He wished he had never appeared here. Without waiting for Huang Chang to decline, Zhao Su agreed. Just as perfected cultivator said, Huang Chang will command the imperial guard in front of the palace and be given the title of Imperial Guard. He glanced at the history of song on the table and suddenly said, "Currently, the sect of flame is very powerful in Jishi. They call themselves the Ming sect. They have the sect master, Feng La, and the Dharma kings, Wang Yin, Deng Yuanjue, Shi Bao, and Si Xingfang. The Ming sect calls itself a martial arts world sect. They spread the teachings of the Manichaeism. It is illegal to gather people. Emissaries like Li Tianrun, Pang Wanchun, Lu Shibua, and Feng Jie have contacted people from all over the world. They have been practicing martial arts day and night in the secluded valley of their headquarters in Mu province. They are plotting against the law." Qinong smiled and said, "The Imperial Guard is here precisely for this purpose, to purge the underworld and the martial arts world, and to restore peace to the Song dynasty. Naturally, the Imperial Guard will clean up these monsters and monsters." "Good. Perfected cultivator, I will have to trouble you." Zhao Su's face lit up. He said with a smile, "The Northwest Border Military is being reorganized. The Western Xia Army can no longer hold back. This time, with perfected cultivators' help, the Western Xia Army will not be able to return. With the prestige of victory, I will do my best to push for the martial suppression order to be passed in the imperial court. I will let perfected cultivator do things without any worries." In history, Zhao Su had sent troops to suppress Western Xia many times, forcing Western Xia to beg for peace with the Song dynasty. Now that he had read the history of the Song dynasty and saw this impressive martial arts, he was obviously very proud of it. It also strengthened his confidence in suppressing Western Xia. At this time, Western Xia was weak and the Great Song was strong. The initiative had long been reversed. If the Song army could not gain some advantages, it would be incomprehensible. Huang Chang looked conflicted as he walked out of the pavilion of virtuous talents with Qinong. He hesitated a few times and finally couldn't help but ask, "Scholar Qin, what is the meaning of this? I am a member of the Hanlin Academy. How can I be someone who leads troops into battle?" "That is your fate," Qinong said indifferently. He did not explain and instructed him, "When you go back, go to the Forbidden Martial Hall to collect your salary. 2 sets of flying fish robes, 100 refined weapon, black tortoise true technique, and 1 blood orchid pill. In your current state, you are still not a match for the Ming cult's Dharmaraja. You don't have enough time, so you can use medicinal pills to make up for it. Qinong did not lie to him. When Fong La rebelled, Emperor Hui ordered Huang Chang to send troops to destroy the Ming cult. Later, Huang Chang's family was killed because of this. At that time, Huang Chang's martial arts had already reached perfection. In one breath, he killed a few Dharmarajas and messengers of the Ming cult, who knew that among the people he killed, some were disciples of famous sects in the Wulin world. Therefore, their martial uncles, martial brothers, martial sisters, martial aunts, martial fathers, and godmothers all came out. They also invited many martial arts masters from other sects to make things difficult for him. They scolded him for not following the rules of the Wulin world. As a result, his entire family was killed by the Wulin people seeking revenge. The most terrifying thing was that at the age of 70, Huang Chang led troops to destroy the Ming cult. After his entire family was killed, he lived in seclusion for 40 years to practice martial arts for revenge. At the age of 110, he was invincible in the world. He could be said to be an old man comparable to Zhang Sanfeng. Qinong even suspected that Huang Chang was still alive. Perhaps when the 5 ultimate swordplay of the condor shooting technique was held, he was still watching from the side, watching the juniors fight to the death for the martial art he had created. After all, it was only a short 16 years from the time he left the 9 manual to the first sword tournament of Mount Hua. 10 days later, the Minister of Revenue, Kai Jing, was found dead in his study. For a while, the court was shocked. According to the investigation of the experts in the court, Kai Jing's sternum was broken, and he died in the hands of the beggar clan's dragon subduing Palm. Zhizong was furious and ordered the imperial guards to investigate. He also proposed the 36 martial arts ban. The court was in an uproar. Supporters and opponents argued, but because it was limited to the court, it was not known by the Wulin people. At this time, the Wulin people were still in an uproar because many famous experts had died under Gusu's Morong family. The relatives and friends of these famous experts were all demanding justice for them. Qinong led dozens of riders as they galloped on the official road. The trees around them flashed by quickly, and in just a few hours, they arrived at a high mound. Qinong had brought experts with him, but horses were not made of iron, so they needed to rest. There was no village or inn here. It was also very far from the relay station. Qinong let his horse rest. He sat in the shade of a tree to replenish his food and water. Huang Shang's internal energy was profound, and he was more spirited than the others. At this time, he had already adapted to his status. Although changing from a civil official to a military official seemed to be a bit demeaning, his status as a Zhuangyuan scholar was still there, so no one would look down on him. In the court, he had always been treated as a civil official. Commander-in-Chief, there seems to be someone in front. A knight in red reported from the side. There was no need for him to say anything. Huang Chang had already discovered a small black dot on the horizon. It was as fast as a galloping horse. From afar, he could see the shiny bald head of the approaching person. He saw an 8-foot-tall monk carrying an iron monk staff and carrying an old man on his back. He was running over here. With just a few leaps, he quickly approached. With large strides, he was even faster than a healthy horse. However, his face was dark and his breathing was heavy. Although he was not sweating at all, it was obvious that he had used up a lot of energy. From afar, he saw the healthy horse that Qinong had tied to a tree. The monk's eyes lit up and he sped up. With one step, he covered a distance of 30 feet. However, with the old man on his back, he was as stable as flat ground. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. I will borrow your horse." The monk waved his monk staff, creating a strong gust of wind. With a shake of his shoulder, he lifted the old man onto the horse's back. He waved his hand and threw out a few pieces of silver. He said, "I am Deng Yuanjue of the Ming cult. I want to buy your horse, but I don't have enough money. Come back and find me. I will definitely make it up to you." "How dare you?" Two of the imperial court experts could not hold back and rushed forward. "Leave the horse." One of the experts waved his hand, and a strong gust of wind pressed down. It was powerful and awe-inspiring. The gust of wind could easily split a mountain. But Deng Yuanjue angrily shouted, "Saving people is like fighting a fire. Get out of the way." The monk's staff in his right hand struck out like a madman. The two imperial court experts turned pale with fright and quickly withdrew their palms. Although Deng Yuanjue did not have the intention to kill, just the gust of wind from the monk's staff made it difficult for them to breathe. For a moment, their breathing became chaotic and they fell to the ground. Chapter 54. Deng Yuanjue, the Buddha of Jewels, waved his Buddhist staff like an azure dragon. It was very powerful and had the strength of tens of thousands of jin. A graze would kill and a touch would injure. If he didn't have no killing intent, the two imperial court experts would have had their skulls smashed by him. Deng Yuanjue looked at Chen Ang's group and coldly snorted. He heavily stabbed his Buddhist staff into the ground. The gravel on the official road was trampled hard by the horses, but it was like tofu. The Buddhist staff stabbed a foot deep into the ground. If he didn't have a high-level internal Xian technique, he wouldn't have been able to do this. The few of you are behaving suspiciously, and all of you seem to be up to no good. I want to ask you, what business do you have in Mu province? Deng Yuanjue had tested the martial arts of the two imperial court experts. Although they were not as good as him, they were still first-class experts in Jianghu. Muzhou was the Ming cult's headquarters. When he saw that Chen Ang's group had extraordinary martial arts, he instinctively became vigilant. Huang Chang coldly snorted. It was clear that he didn't like Deng Yuanjue's demarcation of territory. He bluntly said, "I didn't know that Muzhou had a small imperial court. Everywhere under the heavens belongs to the great Song dynasty. We can come and go as we please. Why do we need to report to you? Are you an official or an imperial court?" When Deng Yuanjue heard this, his leopard eyes widened. He angrily shouted, "Good! So you are a dog of the imperial court. Eat my staff first." As he said this, he pulled out his Buddha staff and shook it in the air. The gravel on the head of the staff shot out and hit the trees, causing leaves to fall. Wherever the staff moved, there was a thunderous explosion. At this time, the old man on the horse suddenly coughed violently. His face turned purple and he struggled to breathe. His thin and hunched body trembled and his white hair hung weakly on his face. When Deng Yuanjue heard the old man's pained voice, he immediately froze. He hesitantly put down the Buddhist staff in his hand. He didn't care that Huang Chang was still at the side. He casually placed the Buddhist staff next to him and carefully helped the old man up. His ferocious face was now very gentle as he gently wiped the saliva off the corner of the old man's mouth. Huang Chang had already circulated his inner strength to his palms. Seeing this, he couldn't help but relax. He calmly walked to the side with his back facing Deng Yuanjue. He was not going to take advantage of him. One of them focused on taking care of the old man, while the other ignored the other. They were both magnanimous people. Deng Yuanjue spared no effort to use his internal energy to calm the old man's breathing. After doing this several times, the old man's complexion finally improved. Seeing that the old man's breathing had calmed down a little, Deng Yuanjue quickly raised his staff and said to Huang Chang, "I still have something to do, so consider it my loss this time. Looking at your conduct, you can be considered a magnanimous man. Go ahead. The Ming cult will not make things difficult for you. Why would I need you to give in to me?" Huang Chang flicked his sleeve and said, "My actions are my own cultivation. What does it have to do with others? What does it have to do with you? When we meet again, it will still be a battle to the death. Your words are truly an insult to me." Deng Yuanjue didn't say anything. He was about to run away with the old man on his back when Huang Chang called out to him, "Take the horse over! This old man is suffering from the heat. I can't just ignore him. Also, here are some medicine to ward off the heat. Take them quickly." Huang Chang saw his hesitation and sneered. "Do you think I am showing kindness to you? No! Every citizen of the Great Song is like a parent to me. You have your filial piety, but I also have my responsibilities. When we meet in the future, I will be the first to cut off your head, you traitor!" Deng Yuanjue was furious when he heard this. What a good dog of the imperial court. It's hard to say who will cut off whose head. My Buddhist commandment blade has long been sharpened. If it weren't for the sins of the imperial court, forcing the salt farmers to boil salt every 3 days of the great heat, how could this old man be suffering from the heat? I've already cut off that salt official's head. I won't leave you out. He caught the medicine bottle that Huang Chang threw at him and sniffed it before applying it to the old man's nostrils. Huang Chang's face turned red with anger when he heard Deng Yuanjue's scolding. He had heard of the evil officials of the imperial court. Even though he was angered by Deng Yuanjue's act of killing an official and rebelling, he still suppressed his dissatisfaction. Deng Yuanjue was able to expend so much energy for an old man he didn't know. He carried the old man on his back for 100 li in the hottest days of the great heat, and even killed an official and rebelled. He was clearly a hero. If Qiao Feng saw this, he would probably pull him over to drink 3 jugs of wine. But to a scholar like Huang Chang, he felt extremely conflicted. On one hand, he admired their heroism, but on the other hand, he was angry that they had no respect for the law. In Chen Eng's heart, he didn't care about the law at all. He had a good impression of Deng Yuanjue, this hero of the marketplace. He cleared an empty space, took off his cloak, and spread it on the ground. He said to Deng Yuanjue, "I am a doctor. Help the old man over." Deng Yuanjue saw the box at his waist and the densely packed silver needles. His heart was a little more convinced, and he openly helped the old man over. The old man's forehead was covered with sweat and his body was trembling. Qin Ong took his pulse and found that the old man's body was already in a deficit. His essence had been greatly depleted, and he was only hanging on by a little bit of Deng Yuanjue's internal energy. Luckily, you didn't die. If you didn't help him over, he would have died before we reached Mu Province. Qin Ong picked up a silver needle and inserted it into the top of the old man's head. His left hand was like playing the pipa, twisting, flicking, brushing, and stabbing. It was so fast that it turned into a shadow and brushed past the silver needle. A blazing hot air was forced out and turned into a white mist that slowly rose from the top of the old man's head. Qin Eng's right hand didn't stop. He used his internal energy to press on the old man's many acupuncture points. The gentle qi from the golden chamber key theory harmonized yin and yang and calmed the old man's qi. The old man felt the stuffiness in his chest dissipate. He breathed out a mouthful of hot air, and his whole body felt warm and comfortable. The stuffiness and heat that he had been feeling for the past few days had disappeared. He relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Deng Yuanjue let out a sigh of relief. His body swayed twice, and it was obvious that he had consumed too much energy. He forced himself to stay awake and secretly complained. The martial arts of the 2 people in front of him were mysterious and unfathomable. They were both his greatest enemies. When he was at his peak, he still had to be careful. Now that his essence was exhausted, wouldn't he be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? It didn't matter if he lost one of his men, but these 2 people came with ill intentions. The brothers of the cult were unprepared, and it was very bad. At this moment, a whistling sound was heard from afar. A man in coarse clothes, holding a treasured knife, was riding a fine horse and galloping over. Seeing that there were people here from afar, the man reined in his horse and looked into the distance. He shouted, "Is that the big monk Deng Yuanjue? Bao Guang Fuang?" Deng Yuanjue heard the man's call and was overjoyed. He shouted, "Nanli Fawang, I'm here." His dantian was full of qi, and his voice was as loud as thunder. He used the secret technique of the Ming cult to transmit his voice into Sherbau's ears. "Monk Deng, don't worry. I'm coming." Sherbao gave a loud shout, slapped his horse, and leaped into the air. Chuanong watched as Sherbao leaped like a leopard, and with a few leaps and bounds he was standing next to Deng Yuanjue, steel saber in hand, on guard against Chenong and the others. He was completely different from Deng Yuanjue, and the hostility in his eyes was even stronger. Although he was wearing coarse clothes, it was obvious that he was wearing fine silk undergarments, which was completely different from Deng Yuanjue's sackcloth style. When he glanced at the old man lying on the ground, he could not conceal the arrogance of a martial artist. "Who are you? How dare you come to the territory of the Ming cult without reporting?" Sherbao swept his gaze across Chenong and the others and sneered. This was the behavior of a local tyrant. Not only did the dragon stallion guards look at him coldly, even Deng Yuanjue frowned. He put his palms together and said in a friendly voice, "Shi Fawang, let's go over and talk." He signaled for Sherbao to leave. Sherbao's face was gloomy. He did not want to embarrass Deng Yuanjue, so he just glared at Chenong and the others, then turned around to leave. He laughed and boasted to Deng Yuanjue, "Well done, Fawang Baoguang in Chenin. Haha, killing this thief with your own hands is truly satisfying. Killing those damn dog officials is a good brother of our Ming cult." He laughed to the sky, extremely pleased with himself. Deng Yuanjue, on the other hand, had a bad feeling and his expression changed. Sure enough, a clear voice came from behind them. "Who gave you the courage to do so?" With his hands behind his back, Chenong leisurely walked out from in front of them. He smiled and said, "I am the governor of the Great Song, the commander of the Imperial Guard of the Front Palace. I would like to ask everyone, why are you seeking your own deaths when you are living well?" Sherbao snorted coldly, holding his saber diagonally. His pair of sinister eyes stared at Chenong in bewilderment. Cheneng's way of appearing was too strange. His voice was clearly behind his ear, but now he appeared in front of him. Chenong stood there with his hands behind his back. His breath was as one. Under the lock of Sherbao's saber, he could not find any flaw in Chenong. Chenong stood there, as natural as the breeze and the moon. Under the lock of his murderous intent, he was like a void. He was obviously there, but no one could sense any unusual breath. Deng Yuanjue could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He thought he had already overestimated this young man, but he did not expect that not only did he not overestimate him, but he had also underestimated his terror. Now that the arrow was on the bow, he could only brace himself and say, "The road is open to the sky. Let's go our separate ways. We, the Ming cult and the government, mind our own business. Please make way." Chenong glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "That's right. What ability does the Ming cult have to mind our own business with the government? In other words, what right do you have to make me worry? The land of the Song dynasty and the people of the Han dynasty. When did the Ming cult have the right to make decisions?" He glanced at the mark of Venerable Ming on Deng Yuanjue and Sherbao and said coldly, "In the land of the Song, the law is the only rule, and the government is the only law. The Ming cult is arrogant and rebellious, claiming to be venerable and replacing the law with teaching. Today, the Imperial Guard of the Imperial Palace, in accordance with the law, will ban the cult and investigate the wrongdoings. With the vast power of the heavens, cleanse the turbid." Chenong smiled inexplicably. Looking at the two people who were on guard, he said indifferently, "Killing officials to rebel and declaring independence is nothing more than feeling that the imperial court is weak. The officials are submissive and want to keep the peace. Now we are here." Chapter 55. A cool breeze blew past, and the green leaves on the branches rustled, as if they were infected by this atmosphere. The crisp leaves left the branches and sprinkled down. Deng Yuanjue was on high alert. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead, and the energy in his body condensed. He gripped the steel staff in his hand, and there was a rare wetness in his palm. In his life, he had fought hundreds of life and death battles, but not once could he compare to this young man standing there in such a simple manner. He could feel the aura gradually condensing on Chin Ang's body. It was like a rising sun, glorious and vast. It swallowed the clouds for tens of thousands of miles and dyed the mountains and rivers red. As it slowly grew, it gave him a nearly suffocating pressure. Deng Yuanjue had always been waiting for the moment when Chen Ang's aura would weaken. He would rather face the next attack that would inevitably shake the heavens and earth than face the vigorous Chenong. He would rather face the constantly burning and stirring aura in battle. But this time he had miscalculated. Chunong was simply standing there, but his aura had already connected with his surroundings. The wind, the trees, the falling leaves, they were all a part of him. They carried his will and aura, wearing down his fighting spirit. Shi Bao struggled to lift the borrowed saber. The beads of sweat on his forehead blurred his vision. Facing Chinong, he didn't dare to wipe it off. He had raised his inner strength for too long, causing his meridians to faintly ache. The two of them understood that no matter what their chances of victory were, they had to attack in the next moment. Otherwise, they would never have another chance. They had to wait for the moment when Chin Ang's aura weakened. Even if they died, they might not be able to wait that long. Revered Ming, bless me. I will subdue the evil and eliminate the traitor. Deng Yuanjue let out a low roar. A Buddhist staff that weighed more than 100 pounds was lifted up by him like a piece of paper. Madness, stupidity, anger. Deng Yuanjue, who was always calm and collected, was acting like a mad demon at this moment. The Buddhist staff in his hand was like a flood dragon coming out of the sea, twisting and swaying. Under the layers of illusions, there was an abundant strength of 1,000 pounds. It was enlightenment and transcendence. Deng Yuanjue acted crazily. He swung his staff at the sky, vividly displaying his madness. His staff techniques were earth-shattering, but his face was peaceful and happy. His eyes were half closed, revealing transcendent wisdom and enlightenment. The staff technique is crazy. My heart is like Buddha. The crazier he was, the more detached he was. Only when madness is exhausted can wisdom be born. Chunong laughed to his heart's content. With one step, he stepped into the midst of the heavy shadows of the staff, entering a path of life from a dead end. Even though he was on the verge of collapse, no matter how crazed Deng Yuanjue was, the staff was always a hair's breadth away from Chin Ang's vital points. I didn't expect Great Master to be a Shaolin disciple. Chin Ang's hand cut through the heavy shadows of the staff and pressed on Deng Yuanjue's staff. It was like Mount Tai had taken root. No matter how the iron staff moved or how much strength was generated, it could not escape from Chin Ang's palm. Deng Yuanjue's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. His monk's robe was half untied, revealing the muscles and bones on his chest. His expression was solemn and his power awe-inspiring. This was the essence of the crazy demon staff technique, the Luohan exorcism. The Shaolin Temple had been passed down for 1,000 years. In terms of the crazy demon staff technique, how could there be anyone who could surpass Deng Yuanjue? I have received Shaolin's kindness, but our paths are different. How can I endure it? I also don't want to learn from that Buddha's enlightenment and Bodhisattva's compassion. I don't want to suffer from that bird's anger. I might as well learn from that Vajra's angry eyes and overturn the world's unfairness with one strike of the staff. Deng Yuanjue let out a long laugh and said, I'll kick down the golden Buddha and tear down the temple. I'll come down the mountain to live happily with my brothers and overturn the world's unfairness. He shouted loudly with a heroic expression. It was as if he had thrown life and death to the back of his mind. His staff technique became even more wild. In the midst of Chin Ang's palm, he dashed left and right, overturning the 5-finger mountain. His iron staff was like a green dragon swinging its tail. With a clear shadow, it struck straight at Chun Ang's face. Good move! Chin Ong was in high spirits. When he saw this unparalleled strike, he was not shocked but happy. He rubbed his 2 fingers slightly, and a bit of the inner force from the synopsis of Golden Chamber quietly touched the metal staff. Dang Yuanjua was surprised to find that the metal staff, which was filled with his thick inner force, suddenly trembled. The feeling of being able to control his arm disappeared without a trace. A kind of chaotic and complicated internal energy, aura, disturbed the qi of the iron staff. It caused the rhythm of Deng Yuanjua's attack to suddenly stagnate, revealing an opening that should not have been there. Chin Ong lightly touched the staff. His graceful finger passed through the layers of internal energy on Deng Yuanjua's chest and touched his chest. This light touch was withdrawn as soon as it touched. Deng Yuanjua only felt a chill on his chest. Chun Ong had already retreated. Shi Bao, who was in a stalemate with Huang Chang on the side, saw this opportunity. With a roar, the long saber in his hand suddenly expanded. It swept across the distance of dozens of feet and directly slashed at Chun Ang's neck. He did not dare to directly face Chun Ang's blade, but he did not mind taking advantage of the opportunity. After Chin Ang's aura calmed down, his surging aura receded like the tide. For someone as intelligent as Deng Yuanjua, he could naturally sense the aura behind Chin Ong that was as deep as the ocean. But for someone like Shi Bao, he could only see the ripples of the tide on the surface. He did not understand that for the ocean, after the tide receded, there would be a huge wave that would shock the heavens. Chin Ong withdrew his hand. His 2 arms moved in an arc, sealing the long saber between his 2 arms. The saber light was so powerful that it could not move. Only then did Shi Bao realize the power. He wanted to withdraw, but he felt that the long saber in his right hand was being ground by 2 energies. He could not pull it out for a moment. In his hesitation, he missed the best opportunity to abandon the saber and retreat. It was still the same ordinary finger. Shi Bao was taken aback. He felt that none of his limbs and bones were cooperating well. His eyes couldn't tell the direction, and his ears heard the wrong sound of the wind. His entire body was twisted, as if all the organs in his body had been turned upside down. When the finger touched his body, he felt a chill run down his spine. Only then did Shi Bao realize that what he had seen and thought were all an illusion. The real finger had reversed yin and yang and messed up the 5 elements. It was not part of common sense. Even with his cultivation in martial arts, he could not figure out this logic. He only felt that if he were to face this move again, he still would not be able to escape. In fact, there was nothing magical about it. Chun Ong had only messed up Shi Bao's aura. The human body's meridians and blood not only followed the great way of yin and yang, but the aura also connected with the human body's yin and yang. This reversed finger technique messed up yin and yang. It was the best way to disturb people's senses. If the 5 senses were not coordinated enough, and the 6 senses were not smart enough, they would easily fall into the trap. Shi Bao was also a man with refined external martial arts. When he bragged and made bets, he had broken a few steel sabers on his body. He circulated his qi under his skin and stirred up his inner qi. Even if a big hammer hit him, he would not be seriously injured. However, when Chun Ong touched him, his muscles and bones instantly twisted together. He screamed and lay on the ground, twitching. Like a steel wire that was twisted into a tight knot, a part of his knotted muscles was torn, so Shi Bao did not dare to move casually. When he stopped, the yin and yang aura in his body suddenly began to mess up. An inverted inner qi messed up his aura. Under the attack from both inside and outside, Shi Bao's eyes rolled back and he passed out. Deng Yuanjua struggled to stand up. Leaning on his iron staff, he looked at Chin Ong with a complicated expression. He had achieved success in Xian Qi. Chun Ang's finger just now had only leaked his essence qi, causing his energy to suddenly dry up and his body to go limp. In just a few breaths, Deng Yuanjue relied on Shen Qi to recover a bit of strength, but he could only barely move. He was not a match for anyone here. The most frightening thing about the martial art of synopsis of the Golden Chamber was its strange and ever-changing aura. Often, within a single move, one would be rendered completely defenseless. If Chen Ong were to unleash his full power, just by relying on the yin and yang qi that was moving back and forth within 10 feet and the unpredictable force of his finger, those who did not have 80% of his power would not be able to withstand a single finger of his. Deng Yuanjue also understood this principle. He calmly said, "I am powerless. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. But if you want to get a single word out of my mouth, then you're dreaming." With that said, he closed his eyes and calmly accepted death. "Big monk, don't panic. I still have something to trouble you with." Chen Ang's gaze fell on Sherbao, who was like a dead dog. He smiled and said, "Please pass a message to Fong La and sect leader Fong." Deng Yuanjue lowered his eyes, but his expression did not change. He said slowly, "If it's to persuade them to surrender, then please don't say anything else. If it's anything else, I won't let you down. I'll personally pass the message to sect leader. Please tell him that I'm coming." Chen Ong let out a long laugh. After leaving this short sentence, he led the crowd, the horse, and the patient and disappeared into the horizon. Only Deng Yuanjue was left propping himself up on the ground. Sherbao, the Nanli Dharma King, was lying limply on the ground like a dead dog. Deng Yuanjue helped him up. The message that Chen Ong left behind was obviously not just a message. It also included the person on the ground. Only when the two of them were put together could it be a complete message. "I'm here. Are you ready?" And Sherbao was the card that recorded this message. It represented the imperial court, using a Dharma king to indicate its existence in this land. It represented Chen Ong, using his martial arts to invite Fong La, an invitation to a duel. Coincidentally, it was a good time for a duel with the ruler. It was a battle of life and death. Chapter 56. In Sacred Flame, Cave Ming Cult's headquarters, Cult Master Fong LA's expression was solemn. He stood under the moon with his hands behind his back. The night wind was cool and the moonlight was blurry. It was supposed to be a beautiful night, but the heaviness in Fong LA's heart was not something that the bright moonlight could bear. A beautiful woman followed him quietly and draped a coat over him. She said softly, "The night is cold. How could you be so careless? Why? Are you still upset about Sherfa Wang and Monk Deng?" Fong La held the woman's hand. There was an indescribable heaviness between his brows. He said slowly, "I feel very uneasy this time. Do you know how many people in this world can defeat the combined might of 2 guardian kings?" The woman frowned and continued, "The 2 guardian kings are both peerless geniuses. There aren't many people in this world who can defeat them. If the 2 of them join forces, the number of people who can defeat them in this world can be counted on one hand. If you count, there must be one from Shaolin Temple, the old witch from Western Xia, Qiao Feng from the beggar sect, and me. Even if there are hidden masters, there won't be more than 10 people." Fong La sighed. "It would be great if there were only these masters. But Sherbao's injury, what's wrong? Didn't you say that Nan Li Fawang was only seriously injured?" The woman was surprised. Fong La thought for a while and finally let out a sigh of relief. He said, "I won't hide it from you any more. Sherbao's injury is not ordinary. It's a living martial art manual. That person's methods are unpredictable." He hid a supreme martial art manual in Sherbao's injury. "It's terrifying, and respectable." He emphasized the word respectable 3 times, showing that he was not calm at all. "What?" The woman was shocked. "How could such a thing happen in this world? If I hadn't cultivated the heaven and earth great shift to the highest level, the 6th level, I wouldn't have been able to understand this. That person must have calculated my heaven and earth great shift and used Sher about to give me this gift," Fong La said solemnly. But how did he do it? The woman's back was facing Fong La. Her lowered eyes revealed a hint of indecipherable emotion. Fong La, who did not notice it, explained, "The main idea of my heaven and earth great shift is to reverse the two chis of heaven and earth, one hard and one soft, one yin and one yang. As the saying goes, follow life and oppose death. I will reverse it, and it is the number one method in the world to circulate strength. Wherever the will of my body goes, my strength goes. Regardless of which sect or clan they are from, they can all be used. After practicing for a long time, one would be able to master all the methods of circulating energy in the world with just a glance. It could be said to be the general outline of circulating energy in the world. My Ming cult's members have a complicated history. Most of them entered the sect with their own skills. If not for this set of martial arts general principles, how would the previous cult masters be able to give pointers to the guardian kings?" The woman's mouth slightly opened. Her eyes flickered and revealed a hint of greed. She pretended to be gentle and said, "The martial art passed down by revered Ming is indeed marvelous. Why did the previous cult masters always fail to break through the seventh layer of this martial art passed down by the Persian cult? Did they do something?" "The Persian headquarter," Fong La sneered. "You think too highly of them. The martial art of the Central Plains is marvelous. How could the Persian headquarter create it? This divine skill was secretly passed down by the first cult master. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Persian headquarter. On the contrary, they even tried to demand this martial art from the divine cult. They didn't even hesitate to use the holy flame insignia to exchange for it. The relationship between our Ming cult and the Persian headquarter is stiff. The headquarter is a group of ambitious wolves who want to control the Ming cult." Fong La clasped her hands behind her back and said with an awe-inspiring manner, "As for the previous cult masters, they were unable to master the seventh layer of the heaven and earth great shift because the divine skill was incomplete. The strange person who created this divine skill did not manage to cultivate his internal energy to the realm of yin and yang complementing each other. Therefore, he speculated that the seventh layer was just a castle in the air. Only when the extreme yin gave birth to the yang, and the extreme yang gave birth to the yin, and the yin and yang complemented each other could it be achieved. The previous cult masters left a message saying that unless one has a peerless divine skill that can harmonize yin and yang as one cannot attempt to break through the seventh layer of the heaven and earth great shift. I originally thought that this supreme realm was just empty talk, but I didn't expect what?" the woman asked anxiously. Fong La, who was in an agitated state of mind, did not notice the woman's loss of composure. She murmured in a daze, "I didn't expect that the lifelong wish of the previous cult masters would be delivered to us by a great enemy of the Ming cult. Is this a joke of fate, or—" At this point, Fong La could not go on. The woman reminded her, "Is it related to Shi Fuwang's injury?" Hearing this, Fong La closed her eyes and nodded. "That's right. That man is the most arrogant and frightening person I've ever met. What's frightening about him is not his martial arts, but his heroic spirit to fight against heaven and earth, and his confidence to look down on everything. He hid the way of yin and yang in a force inside Shi Bao's body, reversing yin and yang, mixing water and fire. The way of yin and yang is in itself a peerless martial art, and it is a martial art that complements the heaven and earth great shift. If I can resolve this force, it will be like he taught me this divine technique face to face." Fong La sighed and said, "Although we are enemies, I have to admit that I admire his broad-mindedness and heroic spirit. In comparison, the rule that only the cult master can practice the heaven and earth great shift seems to be pedantic. Who in this world would dare to teach their mortal enemy everything, and who would have the heroic spirit to fight at the peak?" He looked up at the moon and laughed loudly. If I'm powerless, it will be a great fortune to die in the hands of such a hero. Roji, if I lose miserably and die, you must publicize this battle for me. Everyone in the world must not forget that there were two heroes fighting at the peak of the sacred flame. You must let everyone in the world know that I died a worthy death. Cult Master, why do you say that? The woman's expression changed, and she said worriedly, this battle hasn't even started. Why did Cult Master say that you will lose? This is not the Cult Master in my eyes. Ha ha ha. That's right, I'm the Cult Master. How can I say that I will lose so easily? In a while, I will go into seclusion with Monk Deng. I won't come out until I reach the 7th level. Fong La laughed loudly, and his aura was awe-inspiring and inviolable. The woman's eyes revealed a hint of hidden joy. She asked softly, what if that person suddenly attacks us? He won't, Fong La said with a smile. How can such a person do such a despicable thing? He will definitely wait for me to come out of seclusion and fight with all his strength. He will have no regrets. The next night of the full moon will be the battle between me and the Cult Master of the Ming clan. On the other side, Qin Ong looked up at the boundless moon and said to Huang Chang with a smile. They lived in a small courtyard of the local magistrate. Qin Ong read and wrote books every day. He didn't look nervous at all. He would often discuss Taoism with Huang Chang and discuss the true essence of martial arts. Huang Chang himself was changing rapidly. He learned a lot of knowledge from Qin Ong that he had never learned before. Not only were there exquisite martial arts, but he also learned about astronomy, geography, ancient characters, farming and weaving, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Huang Chang learned many things that he had never heard of or seen before. It was an eye-opener for him, and he gained a lot. It was no less than a rebirth. In particular, Chun Eng's synopsis of the Golden Chamber was the most exquisite medical and martial arts that Huang Chang had ever seen. The scholar's scholarship is really impressive. Huang Chang stroked the light yellow cover of the synopsis of the Golden Chamber and sighed. Ever since I read this book, I've changed the manuscript 3 times, added and reorganized many times. Now that I think about it, revising what I've learned like this is the way of learning. Qinong smiled. You can also write a book and record what you have learned so that it can be passed down to the later generations. If I write a book like that, I'm afraid I'll just be making a fool of myself and make a fool of myself. My knowledge has not surpassed what the predecessors have written. Why would I need to write a book? Huang Chang laughed at himself. If I write it, it will only be a synopsis of the longevity Taoist canon. Maybe when I have mastered what the scholar has taught me, this day will come. The synopsis of the longevity Taoist canon is interesting. Why don't you write a martial arts version? Let's call it the 9 Yin Manual. Qin Ong suddenly shook his head and laughed. The way of heaven is to take away the surpluses and make up for the deficiencies. Therefore, what is empty wins over what is real. If you write this book, I must write a preface for it. Why would the scholar say that? Huang Chang was surprised. This martial arts synopsis is not profound enough, and it is not extensive enough. It is just my own ravings. There is no end to learning. I only want to be careful and focus on research. Why should I be distracted by martial arts? You are the imperial capital of the martial prohibition palace. Do you think you can escape from the affairs of the Jianghu? Qinong smiled and said, Let's not talk about other things first. Go back and sort out the inner palace martial arts library. Make comments on the martial arts in the library, make corrections, and write a book called Outline of Inner Palace Martial Arts. As for the 9 Yin Manual, when you have the heart to write it, you can write it again. Although Huang Chang was a little unwilling, he still agreed. Qin Ong looked at his scholarly demeanor and sighed to himself. If not for that vengeance, where would Huang Chang have ended up? Without the loftiness and ruthlessness, would there still be a second volume of the 9 Yin Manual? What Huang Chang had learned had long since surpassed the scope of the 10,000 life scripture. After going through the baptism of martial arts in the armory, His accumulation of martial arts could be said to be very deep. All he lacked was 40 years of isolation and specialization. Chapter 57. That night it rained heavily. Under the dim light of dusk, only the sound of water pouring could be heard. From the front to the horizon, in the vast wilderness, everything fell in pieces in the rain, broken and gathered into a turbid stream. A black boot stepped on the turbid stream, splashing water everywhere. Looking up, a man in a straw cape and bamboo hat looked coldly at the rugged mountain road in front of him. His qigong was extremely extraordinary. Even in such bad weather, he was still able to freely jump between the cliffs and boulders. The slippery stone walls were trampled by him, leaving shallow holes in them. He was like an antelope, traversing the steep mountain road. He looked left and right. A few indistinct figures flashed and disappeared not far away. They were also dressed like him. The man raised his head slightly and looked at the faintly discernible hilltop in the distance in the rain curtain of the night. That was the headquarters of the Ming cult, where the sacred fire cave was located. It was less than 10 miles away from them. In the dark night, dozens of such people were moving forward. A young man in green walked in front of them. He held a light oil paper umbrella in his hand. However, no matter how violent the rain outside was, it could not squeeze into the small oil paper umbrella. This green-clothed man had a dry and clean body. The person next to him was not so lucky. Even though he was covered up tightly, Huang Cheng's body was still somewhat damp. He raised the bamboo hat on his head and loudly said, "Commander-in-Chief, although it is a full moon night, the weather is so bad. I'm afraid this is not the right time." "That's great. If there is a fight later, we won't have to worry about cleaning the ground." Holding the umbrella, Qin Ong strolled in the heavy rain. He smiled faintly and said, "The rain can cover up many things. Some traces, some things that are about to happen, things that are happening. They're all happening quietly in the rain. Under this heavy rain, something will happen. Some of it will be us, and some of it will be others. The rain is the best cover for evil." Huang Chang frowned. He did not understand what this meant. Suddenly, he noticed an inconspicuous trace of red in the water under his feet. Following the trace of the water, he saw a few Ming cult disciples lying on the side with their bodies twisted. On their pale faces, a pair of eyes were wide open, filled with confusion and confusion. "Military governor," Huang Chang exclaimed in shock. A bolt of lightning struck, not too far away. As the lightning shone, the faces of those who died with their eyes wide open looked incredibly savage and bizarre. Not too far away, a Ming cult disciple was pierced by a long sword and pinned to a tree. His eyes were fixed in front of him, and there was pain, anger, and a nameless sadness on his face. Such a wound, so fierce, so sharp. Huang Chang went up to check and sighed. The person wielding the sword does not have a deep inner force, but his sword technique is vicious and sharp, far surpassing that of a normal expert. This kind of style can only be done by an assassin. Not only is she an assassin, she's also a woman. Chen Ong glanced at the sword wound and said faintly, "She is a very beautiful and meticulous woman. She is like makeup, meticulous and subtle." She gave him a sword, which is why there is such a clean wound. "It looks like we have run into some interesting things." The rainy night, the murder, the woman, and the duelists who had come knocking on their door caused the waters of Ming cult to become murky before they could even begin to tremble intensely. Some things were quietly fermenting with the arrival of Qin Ong and the others. Qin Ong looked at the brightly lit headquarters of Ming cult and smiled faintly. He was in the middle of a heavy rain, but all the patrolling Ming cult disciples ignored him. He stepped on the puddles of water and entered the headquarters, which was heavily guarded. Wherever he went, the Ming cult disciples' gazes would become slightly dazed, and they would be easily controlled by the people in the woven rush raincoats. Without a sound, a large portion of the Ming cult's patrolling system was missing. One by one, The Ming cult disciples fell to the ground and were replaced by the dragon stallion guards dressed in bright red flying fish robes. Just like that, Qin approached the headquarters of Ming cult to discuss matters. Tonight, the place was brightly lit. The flickering candlelight shone through the thick screen window and shone on Qin body. The sound of an intense argument came from inside. A rough and loud voice roared, "We can't let this matter go like this. We can't. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. We will rebel. We will rebel against that son of a B*TCH. We will take revenge for Big Brother Sure." "Shut up!" Fong La shouted angrily. "Fong Jie, sit down." He looked around at the bustling Ming cult disciples in the hall. When he saw their indignant gazes and how they gripped their weapons tightly, he let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. He listened to his own heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, the room became deathly silent. After a long time, Fong La said bitterly, "Before we get to the bottom of this matter, none of you can jump to conclusions. What else is there that we can't figure out?" Fong Jie couldn't stand it anymore. Ignoring the pulling of the people around him, he jumped out and said, "That dog official injured Shi Fuwang. He only lasted a few days before he died. Is the truth still not clear? What we want is revenge. We must seek justice from the imperial court." "What justice?" Fong La sneered. "The imperial court killed a traitor. What justice do you want?" Fong Jie was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect his uncle to say this. His uncle's determination to rebel against the imperial court had always been the strongest. Why was he now acting like a pacifist? He stiffened his neck and said, "Killing that dog official is justice. When the revered Ming descends, the world will be at peace. The great Song dynasty's imperial court went against the grain and provoked the resentment of the people. The world is not at peace. Therefore, according to the teachings, we let the revered Ming descend to the world so that everyone is equal and can enjoy peace. This is our justice." Fong La turned to look at the crowd and said word by word, "For this justice, everyone risked their lives and threw away their families' lives. Isn't dying in the hands of the imperial court a matter of seeking justice and obtaining it?" This sentence was spoken loudly. "The imperial court wants to kill me in the name of righteousness, but I fight against it under the banner of justice. Isn't it reasonable for us to fight to the death? What's there to complain about? Are we supposed to hope that the imperial court will let us live?" Everyone gripped their long sabers tightly. Their anger turned into determination. "Well said, Cult Master Fong. We're already in a life-or-death relationship. It's normal for us to have casualties. It's ridiculous to talk about justice." A cold voice came from outside the door. "Who's there?" Fong Jie shouted. Pang Wanchun, who was beside him, pulled his four-pickle iron body bow. A sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot out of the door. The arrow pierced through the door, and the sound of the bowstring was heard. In a flash, a fatal arrow was released. The voice outside the door chuckled. The door creaked. A green figure walked in, holding a refined iron arrow in his hand. Chanong smiled and said, "Weren't you waiting for me? You dog official, you still dare to come here. Today, I will avenge Brother Shi." Fong Jie looked at Chinong with eyes full of hatred and a deep sense of jealousy. Sometimes the justice that supported a person was the kind of resentment and jealousy towards injustice. Their hatred towards injustice was not so much the hatred towards injustice itself, but rather the jealousy towards the other side of injustice and the hatred towards those who benefited from injustice. When they became the ones benefiting from injustice, they would defend this injustice tenfold. Chinong sighed slightly. From the perspective of the core members of the Ming cult, like Fong Jie, looking at their aspirations and awareness, the Ming cult was only SOSO. He looked at Fong Jie and smiled. He said lazily, "You want to avenge Shi Bao? Then you've got the wrong person. Since I spared his life, why would I go through so much trouble to kill him? I don't care about people like him. brother sure was injured by your hand, and he couldn't be treated. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Fong, Jie asked angrily. Could it be us who did it, you? I'm afraid you've misunderstood me. Chin Ong interrupted indifferently. Do you think I'm explaining to you? I'm just stating a fact. Whether you believe it or not, what does it have to do with me? That's your choice, and I'm just deciding the outcome of your choice. Chin Ong didn't care about the attitude of the Ming cult people. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Did a chariot need to care about the attitude of a mantis? It only gave a result. He stated a fact, not to change the attitude of others, but because of his habit of being realistic. He was also very realistic about the reactions of others. They were calm, and it had nothing to do with Chin Ong. If they were impulsive, they would be crushed. How dare you? You're asking for death. The Ming cult people in the hall were angered by Chin Ang's condescending attitude, and they started scolding him. A few of the more hot-tempered cult members were even more restless, and they were about to draw their swords. Fong La glanced at them, and they became obedient. However, there were still people who were unwilling to give up, and they said, "A dog official of the imperial court killed my brother. He deserves to die 1,000 times. We can't let him go." As soon as he said that, many people agreed. Fong La sighed and said, "The imperial court and the Ming cult are like fire and water. You and I are in a life-or-death situation. Today's battle is inevitable. I've already made a conclusion about Sherbao's death. It's not because of this groundless accusation, but because we stand on different sides." That's right. I've finally met someone who understands. Chin Ong smiled faintly and said, "Cult leader, please." Chapter 58. The rainwater poured down on the bluestone slabs and hit the green oil paper umbrella, splashing countless tiny water droplets, forming a thin layer of mist that covered Chen Ang's frail figure under the umbrella. A bolt of lightning cut through the sky, and the dazzling electric light illuminated the peak of the sacred fire cave. At the peak, the blurry figure was hidden in the thin mist. In the rolling thunder, Fong La took off his coat, revealing his strong chest. The rain slid down his back, and a few frightening old wounds hovered around his vital parts, like centipedes. These hideous wounds caused even Huang Cheng's expression to change. Although they had already healed, one could imagine just how frightening and dangerous they had been just by looking at the terrifying wounds that were close to their vitals. The Ming cult's Dharmarajas stood behind Fong La, letting the rain fall on them. Every one of them was a top-notch master, and they had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had been through hundreds of battles. However, they were willing to submit to the man named Fong La. Some of them had amazing aptitude and had mastered the peerless skills that few people had mastered. Some were born in famous families and had been practicing martial arts for decades. Some had fought their way up from the bottom, and with their bravery they gained their strength. However, it was Fong La, an ordinary person from a farmer's family, who intimidated all of them and became the real cult master of the Ming cult. Huang Chang looked at Fong La, who was walking up the high platform with a solemn expression that had never been seen before. Although he was not involved in Jianghu, when it came to foresight, even the 4 great Ming cult Dharmarajas could not compare to him. It was only dozens of steps from the door to the high platform. The water on the flagstones and the raindrops collided with each other, creating countless tiny ripples. If someone stepped on the water, he would definitely feel the softness of the water and the slight splashes when his skin touched the water. Naughty children in the heavy rain loved this feeling. There were also many people who hated this damp feeling. Even if they were careful and meticulous, they could not avoid the splashes on the ground, and the rolling mist would wet their trousers. This kind of trouble was unavoidable. However, Huang Chang discovered that Fong La's trousers were dry. The rainwater dripped down his chest and hit his body forcefully. However, it was as if the rainwater had hit a sponge and was firmly attached to the surface of his skin. Soon, A layer of water film coated his body. When he stepped into the puddle, it was as if he was sinking into the water bit by bit. There was no sound, no ripples, and the rising mist couldn't even get close to his skin. It gathered into water droplets and dripped down again. This was the most wonderful strength. There are some experts in Jianghu who do not have more than 30% of their martial arts skills. They boast about their martial arts skills by not spilling wine when they are in the air, and their sword piercing through the tofu in the palm without injuring the opponent. They should really see Fong Le's performance at this moment. Countless tiny, messy, and unpredictable water droplets of different sizes, light or heavy, flew towards Fong Le's body like headless flies. Complicated and trivial forces came from different directions, at different speeds, and from different directions. At this moment, the complicated changes of forces could be called the most marvelous hidden weapon in the world. No one could escape from the attack of water in the heavy rain. This was the world's most frightening hidden weapon. It was unpredictable, it was secretive, it was silent, and often unknowingly it would wet your clothes. If you let the Tang sect's most formidable hidden weapon expert see this rain, would he have the slightest thought of resisting? If the best person in the world with the best skills and the best body movement, could he escape and catch the heavy rain that was everywhere? However, Fong Le had done this. He had received all the raindrops that had struck him, every single bit of force, every single inconspicuous contact. Fong Le had neutralized them one by one, diverting their power. He was like a master who borrowed the force to fight against countless attacks at the same time. The heaven and earth great shift. This was the real heaven and earth great shift. It was the best in controlling the force in the world, and it could be called the peerless martial art master outline of force. In front of it, all the martial arts that paid attention to the exquisite force were like jokes. Those complicated martial arts that no one in the world could master, that only one genius appeared in hundreds of years, and that they spent their whole lives to learn and polish. Fong Le could be 10 times more proficient than their creators in just one encounter. As for the control of force, there was no martial art in the world that could surpass its scope. With Fong Le, the most powerful cult leader in the history of the Ming cult, his attainments in this martial art for decades, and Chunang's full guidance, the change of yin and yang, the borrowing force to fight against force, and the shifting of force, he completed its core. That was how it created the peerless martial art that was unprecedented in history. Congratulations, Chunang said happily. Fong Le walked in front of it and sighed. It was not until just now that I felt the joy of martial arts. I could describe the way of heaven, the unrestrained freedom, and the great liberation. This is the only moment in my life that I can understand the joy of martial arts. When a person does something wholeheartedly, he will be extremely happy. You have to really love this thing to feel its charm, Chunang said to him with a smile. Fong Le said, I didn't understand you at first. It was not until I stood here that I realized how rare it is to have an opponent who is on par with me. It's my luck to have such an opponent, Chunang said with a smile. It's also my luck to see the 8th level of the heaven and earth great shift. In the Ming cult, when the heaven and earth great shift was only at the 6th level, it was already a rare divine martial art in the world. The cult leaders of the past could only reach the 6th level, but they were already the top masters in the martial arts world. This time, with the help of Fong Le's decades of accumulation, Chunang's supreme wisdom of martial arts, and the essence of the martial arts of the Laughing Ao world and the Celestial Dragon world, were pushed to the 9th level of the heaven and earth great shift. It must be extremely brilliant and splendid. Chunang was looking forward to it. He put down the oil paper umbrella in his hand and stepped into the heavy rain. The raindrops fell on him and slid down without any resistance, creating a curtain of water. Chunang stepped on the stone floor and soared into the sky. Like a flood dragon in the clouds, he swam freely in the curtain of rain. The water droplets he sprayed with different strengths and sizes pounced at Fong Le. A finger was waiting behind the water droplets. Without any sign of smoke or fire, he pointed at the water droplets freely. Chuan-ong flashed through the heavy rain and pointed at Fong-la. Countless hidden strengths were hidden in the countless water droplets. Each water droplet could hide a world. At least that was the case for Chuan-ong. The weird strength destroyed the balance of yin and yang and reversed the breath of the human body. That was the sickness, natural qi. Those who were injured by the sickness, natural qi, would be seriously ill. The way of yin and yang could bring the dead back to life, but it could also destroy the vitality. This was no longer a martial art that could hurt people, but a kind of divine medical skill. Fong-la folded his palms and turned around. His hands were like a door, blocking the way around him. When the splashing water droplets hit his hands, no matter how strong or how weird the hidden strength was, they were all diverted by a round strength and guided in the direction from which he hit. The water droplets in the air gathered into a palm-sized water ball, floating in the air weirdly. Even if the force of the water ball was complicated and changeable, and Chuan-Eng's chi force was strange and unpredictable, when it met with the smooth and round force, it reversed the force and sorted out the yin and yang. The marvelousness of the heaven and earth great shift was brought into full play. The endless force was locked in a small water ball. The heavy rain fell on Fong-la's body but slid down powerlessly. Even this little bit of force was stored in the water ball. The force that Chuan-ong sent over was collected and gradually accumulated. Fong-la smiled and returned his hands. It was like a big lake filled with water when a mountain torrent broke out. The water ball dispersed silently, but the force poured out along with Fong-la's great strength, like the dam of a lake had broken and the flood was rushing out. He took Chuan-eng's force and sent it out as if the two of them were joining hands. Was there anyone in the world who could withstand the joint attack of Chuan-ong and Fong-la? Chuan-eng's finger followed closely behind, meeting this explosive attack. If it was a direct hit, the finger bones, wrist bones, arm bones, shoulder bones, and ribs would all be broken, the tendons and bones would be crushed, the internal organs would be burnt, and the strange energy would cause the yin and yang qi to be reversed, and all kinds of diseases would occur at the same time. Even if the immortals from heaven came, they would also die miserably. However, it just so happened that it was Chuan-ong who had mastered the heaven and earth great shift. There were only two people in the world who could reach the pinnacle. One was Fong-la, and the other was Chuan-ong. The two of them, one on the inside and the other on the outside, had each perfected the profound mysteries of this divine skill. Although Chuan-ong had not comprehended half of what Fong-la had learned, he knew about half of the mystery of the heaven and earth great shift, because it was a martial art created and deduced by the two of them. Chapter 59. As soon as Fong-la used the magic of the heaven and earth great shift, Chuan-ong understood a little bit of it. This martial art was not obscure at all in front of him. At this moment, Fong-la was like a living secret manual, demonstrating all the mysteries of the heaven and earth great shift. Being connected with nature and being an integral part of nature, Chuan-eng's finger was like a swan goose treading on snow and mud, leaving no trace. The claw print was still there, but the swan goose had already disappeared. The shadow of the finger could be seen clearly, but his spirit had forgotten everything and was assimilated with the heaven and earth. Fong-la's surging force hit the air. Even when his palm and finger met, he only felt that the air in front of him could not bear the force, and the finger seemed to be illusory. Obviously, there was infinite force, but it hit the void. The void could not bear the force, and emptiness triumphed strength. If the heaven and earth great shift was the pinnacle of application, then this move of Chuan-eng's could be said to be the exquisite response of emptiness to reality. Between the two, one had inexhaustible force, and the more he fought, the stronger he became, and the other had no leakage force and no weakness. It was a case of meeting one's match. In the heavy rain, a strange scene was formed. Chuan-eng's fingertips seemed to be the void, and the rainwater around him dripped down, forming a funnel-shaped space on his fingertips. Sticking to Chuan-eng's body, the rainwater converged into two water dragons that spread down. The rainwater that had been falling down was moving close to his body. Deng Yuanjue and the others were shocked. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Chen Ang's strength had disappeared without a trace, and he was in a state of emptiness. Even the rainwater in the sky could not touch his strength, and the heaven and earth great shift could not borrow any strength. His wisdom and martial arts could be regarded as peerless. The raindrops that hit Fong Le's body seemed to have hit an elastic gel, which changed the direction of the force. The strength of the force bounced, collided, and splashed out on the surface of his skin. The water droplets failed to leave any trace on his skin. Countless tiny forces converged into one and struck at Chen Ong, subduing hardness with softness, suppressing the real with the illusory. Chen Ong had borrowed his origin power's sense of the void and invested his essence, energy, and spirit to counter the real with the illusory. Although it was difficult for him to take the initiative, he was able to deal with the great universal shift with relative ease. Fong Le's palm arts were sharp and his moves profound, but there was a sense of emptiness where he couldn't exert force. Every move was filled with great strength, but they all hit empty air. The Dharma kings of the Ming cult all looked solemn. They had overestimated Chen Ang's martial arts, but they did not expect that Chen Ong was 10 times more powerful than they had expected. Fong La had been reborn in just 20 days, and his martial arts had advanced beyond their imagination. But Chen Ong still had the upper hand. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, none of them would have believed such a joke. But they, who had been clamoring for punishment and revenge, were more like a joke. Fong Jie's face was pale, and his face was full of disbelief. He finally understood that if it were not for Fong La, even if there were 10 more people like him, it would only be a matter for Chen Ong to make a move. The revenge and blood feud he had talked about before seemed even more like a joke. Under Chen Ang's suppression, the Ming cult was already in grave danger. They did not even have the power to protect themselves, so how could they pursue the matter? The Ming cult's resistance against the imperial court was based on the martial arts skills of the cult members. Their elites were far superior to the imperial court's army, which was why the local authorities did not dare to act rashly and allowed the Ming cult to carve out a large piece of territory. But it was not until Chen Ong came that they felt the pressure of Mount Tai pressing down on them. The situation had long been reversed. Not to mention the Dharma kings and the emissaries, the lives of the vast number of people at the grassroots level were hanging on Chen Ang's thoughts. One wrong move and Mount Tai crushed an egg, and hundreds of thousands of believers would be destroyed, their families destroyed, and their cult destroyed. Even if they could fight back a little, it would be difficult to change the situation. This was the Ming cult's life and death situation. What Fong Jie had done before was like a newborn jackal challenging a lion. He did not understand that the current situation was not about the Ming cult doing anything to Chen Ong, but how Chen Ong would deal with the Ming cult. Fong Le's only hope was to defeat Chen Ong and maintain the only advantage they had over the imperial court. Fong Jie was immersed in Zhonghu. The Ming cult's reputation of not going back on its word and its prestige of killing officials and rebelling, he did not understand that it had always been the weak who gave the strong an explanation. Why did the strong need to explain so much to the weak? That was why he tried to provoke them and was reprimanded by Fong La. The Ming cult's survival depended on Fong Le's shoulders. How could Fong Jie and the others feel such a heavy pressure? Fong La was already a little anxious. Even though the heaven and earth great shift was unparalleled, it could not shake Chen Ong at all. He had used all his strength, but he was only on par with him. The Ming cult could not bear such an ending. He reached behind him and took out 2 long and narrow tokens from his waist. When the rainwater hit the tokens, there was a faint flame that changed its color. His body twisted, and his whole body suddenly fell in an incomparably strange posture. The token seemed to have turned into a nimble poisonous snake, hissing and hissing. The originally righteous palm technique suddenly turned into a sinister and strange body movement. In Fong La's hand, the tokens were like a ball of twisted light and shadow. Together with the exquisite power, they entangled around Chenong layer by layer. The cold and fierce light and shadow were erratic, like a sinister wind or a ghost, strange and unpredictable. This was a strange martial art originating from Persia. It was very different from the common sense of the Central Plains. The divine skill of the Sheng Hualing was a sinister and strange attack. Although this martial art was passed down to the Persian cult, it was not in line with the character of the Ming cult's successive cult leaders. Therefore, it was more symbolic than practical. But today, Fong La was forced into a corner by Chenong, so he had no choice but to use this martial art that was not in line with his character. But Fong La would never have imagined that Chenong was familiar with all the languages in the world. He could even be said to be proficient in the Tadpole Heavenly Script and the Neon Talisman, let alone the Persian language. The martial art of the Sheng Hualing was not concealed. As soon as it was taken out, he saw it, with the secret manual as a reference. Chenong was able to figure out the Sheng Hualing's martial art in just 2 or 3 moves. This kind of unorthodox martial art was the pinnacle of its power. Perhaps he would be at a disadvantage if he encountered a master of the Central Plains who was not familiar with the Persian martial art. But if he encountered Chenong, who was also proficient in this martial art, he would be in big trouble. The way of martial art was to restrain the strange. As soon as Fong La's routine was figured out, the situation fell into Chen Ang's control. His palms spread out like 1,000 blooming lotuses. They turned into palm prints that filled the sky and restrained the energy that pervaded the battlefield. The Ming cult's 4 great guardian kings' countenances changed drastically. What appeared in Chen Ang's hands was the Qian Kuan de Nuai, which they regarded as their cult's most treasured divine skill. In Chen Ang's hands, this martial art had a completely different transformation. Other than some obvious shadows, it could be regarded as another martial art that was exactly the same as the original one. Fong La steadied his mind and focused all his attention on the battle. He did not think too much about it. He advanced and retreated at the same time. The Sheng Hualing in his hands was full of changes, but a force that followed him like a shadow was diverting and neutralizing his strength. Both of their forces were facing each other. It was like 2 masters of balance who were destroying each other's center of gravity. All of a sudden, the force that Chenong had directed was restrained. Like a real force, it struck the void. Fong La was puzzled. He carefully protected his vital parts. At the same time, the 2 forces intertwined and entangled around Chen Ang's body. In the void, it was as if a piece of void had been emptied. Suddenly, a strong suction force burst out and deviated from Fong La's force. Chenong waved his hand casually. All kinds of strange force fields were generated in the void. Waves after waves of strange force affected Fong La's senses. Like walking into a trap, Fong La crashed into the force field that Chenong had set up. Fong La felt that Chenong had already seen through his martial art style and inner force. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen into Chen Ang's rhythm. His body also became sluggish. An empty force had trapped Fong La. Chenong gently pointed his finger at Fong La's body. A complicated force intertwined and sealed his movements. Several waves of strange inner force sealed the major acupoints all over his body. Fong La could not hold on any longer. Even though he had the Qian Kuan de Nuai to reverse his acupoints and neutralize the strange inner force, his face turned pale. He staggered a few steps back and leaned against the wall weakly. Sect Master! The Dharmarajas were burning with anxiety. They rushed forward and surrounded Fong La on all 3 sides, keeping their guard up as they checked on Fong La's injuries. Deng Yuanjue probed Fong La's body with his inner energy, but he felt that Fong La's body was in a mess. His inner energy was out of control and clashed violently. If he was not careful, he would trigger a counterattack from Fong Le's inner energy. Deng Yuanjue felt a mysterious inner force rushing toward him. He did not dare to resist, fearing that he would hurt Fong La and aggravate his injury. Therefore, he allowed the force to enter his body and only used his inner force to wear it down. Deng Yuanjue coughed up a mouthful of blood. The remaining Ming cult higher-ups supported Deng Yuanjue's swaying body and shouted anxiously, "Dharmaraja! Monk Deng!" "I'm fine." After Deng Yuanjue spat out a mouthful of blood, the tightness in his chest dissipated a little. "This is bad." A Ming cult disciple rushed over and hastily said, "The officers and soldiers at the foot of the mountain are attacking us. They know the terrain and the mechanism of the mountain like the back of their hand. There are also people who are providing support in secret. They have already broken into the headquarters." "What?" The people of the Ming cult were shocked. In the distance, there were already flickering lanterns and battle cries. Dozens of men in woven rush raincoats appeared around them and surrounded Chinong. The backbone of the flags of 5 elements, the flagmaster, was tied to one side. In the distance, the officers and soldiers held strong bows and crossbows in their hands. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. With the help of the men in woven rush raincoats, the people of the Ming cult were forced to retreat. In front of the Dharmaraja, there was Chen Ong blocking their way. Behind them, there was an army attacking the mountain. They could neither advance nor retreat. They were trapped in a dead end. "It seems that I have won this battle by a small margin." Chun Ong smiled with his hands behind his back. He picked up the oil paper umbrella beside him and held it over his head. Drops of water dripped down and fell into the puddles, making a crisp sound. Fong La struggled to get up. His expression was calm. He said to Chin Ong, "Your Excellency's skills are superior. The outcome of the battle is clear to you. Today, the Ming cult has met with a great calamity. However, the ups and downs of the times are difficult and dangerous. We have already regarded it as normal. The previous cult masters have all died suddenly. The Ming cult has also faced the danger of being wiped out. Life and death are normal for us. As long as the sacred flame is not extinguished, the cult will not perish." Chapter 60. Fong La struggled to stand still. He sighed and said, "But there's one thing I don't understand. I hope you can help me. The sacred fire cave is full of traps and the terrain is rugged and complicated. The Ming cult has been here for many years. How did you get the secrets of this place?" Chun Ong smiled and said indifferently, "10 days ago, someone sent me a secret letter. Not only did it contain many of the Ming cult secrets, it also contained a map of the terrain and mechanisms. It described the various secret passages and sentry posts of the Ming cult." "Is that true?" Fong La sighed deeply. He had been calm all this time, but now his hands were trembling. "Although that person avoided meeting me, I knew that she was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at lying. Ha ha." Fong La shook his head and said, "Brother Sure, it's my fault." The Ming cult's Dharmaraja and envoys looked gloomy. Fong Jia murmured, "The saintess, it's the saintess." Their eyes were full of shock and hatred. A painful silence spread among the crowd. They could accept the enemy's killing, but they could not tolerate the betrayal of their own people. "Followers, listen," Fong La said excitedly. "Protect the women and children. Follow me to the Ming cult's palace." Fong La and the followers retreated to the sacred fire altar while protecting the women and children. Chun Ong stood where he was and showed no intention of pursuing them. Huang Shang hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Chenong did not respond, he ordered loudly, "Soldiers, listen! Beat the Ming cult followers with sticks. Those who don't resist, kneel down. Capture them first. Don't kill too many people." He added, "Dragon stallion guards, send a team to put out any fire you see. If you see anyone disturbing the women and children and killing the innocent, kill them immediately." At this moment, the Ming cult's people knew that they had lost the day. The ordinary disciples did not dare to resist the soldiers, who were like wolves and tigers. They obediently allowed themselves to be captured. Only a group of core members resisted. However, they were easily knocked to the ground by the dragon stallion guards. Although they cried out in pain, they were not in any life-threatening danger. Under the supervision of the Song army, they were disciplined. It was rare that there were no disturbances, killings, or arson. They organized the sacred fire cave in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Fong Le's eyebrows relaxed a little. He said to Huang Shang, "Your Excellency's kindness has made the Ming cult's living people helpless. I'm deeply grateful." Huang Shang flicked his sleeves and waved his hand. "No need. You have confused the hearts of the people and bewitched them. They have all been implicated by you. The common people are all citizens of the Song dynasty. They are innocent people, but you deserve to die. I am only upholding the benevolence and do not deserve the gratitude of a traitor like you." Fong La was standing under the altar of the Lord of Lights, holy fire, with a group of core followers. Hearing Huang Chang's words, he laughed and said, "It's not that I'm deluding people. It's just that people's minds change. The followers here are all poor people, and their lives are worse than that of pigs and dogs. We've risen up to uphold the doctrine of equality. That's why we're as close as brothers. That's the only way we have dignity. The Lord of Light is merciful. Illuminate the world with the sacred fire and fill the world with light." He struggled to get rid of the support of the crowd and sat down cross-legged. He spread his fingers in front of his chest and made the shape of a soaring flame. The followers of the Ming cult present chanted in unison, "Burn my broken body with the sacred fire. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? For good and evil, only the light is there. Joy, joy, sorrow, and sorrow all return to dust. Pity the people of our world. They have so many troubles. Pity the people of our world. They have so many troubles." The various guardian kings and disciples all had solemn expressions. They did not fear the destruction of their sect at all. Their awe-inspiring auras intimidated the Song army into not daring to move forward. Chen Ong slowly walked over to them. "What spirit and breadth of mind! Unfortunately, the difference in your cultivation is too great. You have the heart to change the world, but you do not have the ability to rebuild mountains and rivers. Even if your sacred fire illuminates the world, you're just another imperial court in the guise of a cult. You're even more vicious and ruthless. Compared to the current Song dynasty, you're nothing." Fong Jie scolded. "What do you know, you dog official?" Chenong was not angry. He said indifferently, "I don't see the slightest bit of light and equality in you. Isn't the doctrine of a cult ridiculous if it's like this? Even the ordinary followers have to farm and provide for you. Even the Dharmaraja and banner leaders have silk and satin all over their bodies. Even if they put on a linen coat, they can hide the corruption inside." Deng Yuanjue put his palms together and said, "The Lord of Light came to the world to deliver all living things. All living things have a heart of light. They struggle out of the darkness. Only under the sacred fire can the world be at peace. We enjoy light and peace in the cult. We want everyone to be like us. That's the real intention of the Ming cult. You're too narrow-minded. You're too stupid. You can't achieve great things by relying on the gods and Buddhas. You have a heart of darkness, but you only know how to vent your anger. You're too stupid." Chenong sighed. "It's too high of a compliment to call you revolutionaries. What's a revolution?" Fong La asked in a low voice. "To change the world, eliminate injustice, and create a new world. That's a revolution." Chen Ong said indifferently, "Forget it. You haven't even opened your eyes. How can you explore? Chase after it? It's a ghost. It will inevitably wander in the sky of this world again. It will shout, "There has never been a savior." We don't rely on gods and emperors. We have to rely on ourselves to create human happiness. Compared to that specter, your so-called ambitions are too laughable. Commander-in-Chief. Huangshang frowned. I'm just kidding. I thought of a real traitor. Compared to that, the Ming cult is just a disease. If we have disciples like Cheng Pan, Chen Kuo, and Li Dishing, will be a big problem for the imperial court. Qin Ong waved his hand. Huang Shang didn't understand, so he just stood on the side in silence. The Ming cult people didn't feel anything either. Deng Yuanjue, however, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Suddenly, a large crack appeared under Ming Zun's platform. Fong La leaped up and brandished the iron staff in Ming Zun's hand, blocking the way in front of the crowd. He shouted, "Quickly get inside! Run inside!" Not only did the Song army fail to react, even the Ming cult members were startled. Chenong, on the other hand, looked indifferent as he said leisurely, "So you're testing me as an informant because you want to know if I know about this secret passage or not. Looks like you're not sure that the Holy Maiden doesn't know about this place. This is the most confidential place in the Ming cult. Only the hierarch of each generation knows about it. But I was too careless. I wasn't sure if I had leaked this information in front of Roji, Bai Sheng. That's why I tested you," Fong La explained to buy time for the women and children behind him. What he didn't know was that Chenong had no intention of keeping them here. That was why he was nagging. He was oppressing a group of Wulin sects, not wiping them out. If he couldn't let Fong La escape, how could he work hard and push the martial arts of the Ming cult to a higher level? At this time, Deng Yuanjue suddenly pointed a finger behind Fong La's back and sealed his major acupoint. Before the Ming cult members could react in shock, Deng Yuanjue shoved a cult leader over. They supported Fong La and retreated to the entrance of the cave. They saw this big monk standing in front of them with his iron staff. "You take the hierarch and leave first. I'll block the pursuers for you," Deng Yuanjue said in a low voice. Looking at the sorrowful followers, he laughed and said, "Go now. Don't act like a little girl." As he spoke, he reached out and touched Ming Zun. The underground tunnel began to shake. The crowd quickly retreated to the depths of the tunnel. They saw hundreds of thousands of kilograms of earth and rocks suddenly collapse and seal the entrance tightly, separating them from Deng Yuanjue. Deng Yuanjue was the one who knew about the secret passage. He seemed to be rough, but he was actually a meticulous person. He had discovered this secret long ago. Deng Yuanjue looked calm. He put his palms together and said, "I'll surrender. I don't know how you're going to deal with these followers. I'm willing to join them." He had the last chance to escape. With his body movement, it was not difficult for him to flash into the tunnel before it collapsed. The Ming cult people thought he was going to stall Chenong, but in fact he was going to live and die with the tens of thousands of followers here. The West Xia army was defeated the day before yesterday. The king of West Xia was captured. The Hetao area is in the hands of the Song dynasty. In the Qingtang, the West region needs Han people to guard the border. You Ming cult people are skilled in martial arts and outstanding in archery and horseback riding. You can intimidate those restless Dongxiang people. There are hundreds of thousands of followers here. You should migrate to the border. Chunong smiled and said, "You can attack the West region and spread your religion there. But the people there are tough, so you must be careful. I haven't been to the West region, but I heard that the bright peak on Mount Kunlun is a good place." Deng Yuanjue bowed slightly and stood among the followers. When they heard that they were going to leave their homeland, there was a bit of commotion. But to be able to keep their lives is already a good thing. They can only rejoice. Chen Ong smiled and said to Huang Shang, "If there is no migration in the newly expanded land, it will be unstable. But the Song dynasty is rich. Even if there is no land, they can still make a living. Who would be willing to leave their homeland? I even suggested to the government to capture all the wanderers and beggars. All the young and strong people are to be sent to the border of West Xia. Huang Shang said cautiously, I'm afraid that West Xia will retaliate and disturb the border. It will be difficult to produce peacefully. Isn't it the duty of the Forbidden Martial Hall to protect the people and prevent West Xia's counterattack? The Duci Imperial Army will make West Xia unable to retaliate. The Imperial Court has already passed the 36 prohibitions. It is time to show off. The Ming cult alone is far from enough. Six Fan School has sent dozens of Wulin sects with blood debts and Lulin villages. We must show the Wulin the power of the Imperial Court. Qin Ong said coldly, chase after Fong La and eliminate these scum one by one.